seated. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Ms. Brady, Mr. King, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Higgs, and Ms. Spengler. And the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, and Ms. Tish McGuire. And I think Mr. Edson informed the court yesterday that he would be coming in and joining us late today. Are the parties ready for the jury, the people?
We are, Your Honor, with one exception. Trial exhibits that were the, I guess, unaltered, Dr. Reed testified to that have the extra HVAC sound on it. I wanted to give those to the court if I could for,
Do you want to mark those as court exhibits?
we did, Your Honor. I've got 38 and 30.
Respectively?
Yes,
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you. I meant to mention that yesterday and I forgot. Thank you for doing that. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, sir, thank you.
Anything on behalf of the defense, Mr. King, Ms. Nelson?
Your Honor, I just wanted to address the limiting instruction that you had proposed yesterday.
Yes.
Pursuant to D-241 and D-276. And I just first want to make clear for the record that we maintain our position in D-276 that a limiting instruction is insufficient to cure the issues raised in D-241. But setting that aside, I do understand the court's concern with the language in the original proposed limiting instruction as not being quite clear enough. And I think we agree that the first part of the instruction that the revised instruction that the court has proposed probably explains the issue a little more clearly to the jury. But our request would be that the court instruct the jury through the portion of the instruction that states you are the sole judges of all issues of credibility in this case, and end the instruction there and not give the last part of the instruction. Our concern with the last part of the instruction, which tells the jury that they cannot consider the witness's perception of the reliability of the information provided by the defendant as an opinion or comment on his general credibility, is that it may draw their attention to the issue of general credibility when their attention would probably not be there in the first place, especially because in D-241, the court, if the testimony by the expert is compliant with D-241, it's not going to touch on issues of general credibility anyway. So our request would be that the court administer the instruction to the jury and stop it at the place that I indicated, ending with, you are the sole judges of all issues of credibility in the case.
And then the rest of that sentence, or stop there?
Just stop there,
Stop there.
if that's acceptable to the court.
I actually had gone back and forth on the last 2 or 3 sentences of the proposed instruction. So I think it's a fair comment. Do the people have a position on this?
No, Your Honor, we don't.
All right. I think this is a fair comment. I would have been inclined to give the rest of that sentence. That last sentence reads as follows in the proposed instruction: you are the sole judges of all issues of credibility in this case, including the reliability of any information provided by the defendant to an expert witness. But I'm okay with just ending it on the word case. You are the sole judges of all issues of credibility in this case, and finishing it there. I think, as I said, the last part of the instruction, the last 3 sentences, I had gone back and forth on when I drafted it, so I completely understand Ms. Nelson's position, and I will agree to not read that part of it. And then I will leave it to counsel to let me know when they think it's an appropriate time for me to give it. All right?
Thank you.
Okay. Let me just make the corrections by hand here. All right, anything else? No? Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, folks. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back. I hope you had a restful night. At the end of the day yesterday, the prosecution was in the middle of publishing Exhibit P-TR-1007. Mr. Proctor, do you want to proceed to publish the rest of that exhibit?
I would, Your Honor.
Okay, you may do so, and I will dim the lights.
Wasn't any hate. What's the context then of killing him?
What do you mean the context?
The purpose or the reason or the feeling or
It just popped up. There wasn't any.
do you suppose there was hate or anger that you maybe weren't aware of as a kid?
No, because I didn't really have anything to be angry at.
Most kids are angry at something. For one thing, you can't do grown-up things. Most kids want to do grown-up things.
I was fine doing kid things.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned an evolution of those thoughts. And you bring that evolution up to the thoughts of the mass murder at the movies. And then you note that the first obsession with an onset over 10 years ago. You've kind of talked about that. Always been on my mind. And your next couple of sentences are that it's broken. I tried to fix it, meaning your mind.
Right.
Were there other signs? Did you see the wanting to kill as a sign that your mind was broken, or were there other things that were signs that?
That was why I figured it was broken.
Any other things lead you to think that your mind was broken?
Not being able to talk well.
Did you know any other kids that couldn't talk well?
Nope.
And there's a line in here about overcoming fear. Overcoming fear of what comes to mind today about overcoming fear.
Of social situations.
There's much in the notebook about overcoming fear of more than social situations.
I don't recall what those were.
Fear of death, fear of the consequences of killing people. Those are two things that come up in the notebook.
Those are two things I didn't have a fear of.
You didn't have a fear of death or fear of the consequences.
Right.
Was that all along, or did that lack of fear happen at some point?
It happened once I started psychiatry with Fenton.
And you referred to that yesterday. You did. What about the psychiatry with Fenton? Had helped the fear to dissipate or go away, or made the fear go away?
I thought the drugs sertraline helped reduce the anxiety and fear.
It sounds a little like you're saying that if you hadn't had the medication, the shootings may never have taken place.
I'd say it's a possibility.
Can you flesh out that possibility and talk a little bit about that possibility?
responsibility. Well, what else is there to say? I don't know.
You were thinking about killing lots of people.
Right.
Do you think you would have eventually done it, even if you hadn't had the medication?
Maybe not at that time period. Maybe later on in life.
Maybe later on. You have several pages of the word why. Why? Like,
Don't ask me why I wrote that. Okay.
well, it sounds like you were wondering greatly about something. Maybe more than one thing.
Right. Yeah.
What might you have been wondering greatly about?
I think it was those two questions in the beginning. What's the meaning of life and death?
Do you think it's unusual that a person would kind of anguish over the meaning of life and death?
I don't think it's unusual.
I don't even. Okay. Did it bother you? Do you recall it bothering you that you didn't know the meaning of life and death?
Yeah, because I wanted to know why.
Can you give me an idea of how much or the depth of how it bothered you?
Well, it's something I mulled over for a long time.
And of course, those topics, many people mull them over a lot. How much did that affect your life? Not knowing them or mulling them over. Excuse me.
Enough that I would put them in the notebook to ask and find things.
That you put them in the notebook that you anticipated the doctors seeing.
Yeah.
Am I right? Okay. When you started the notebook, when did you think the doctors would see it?
After the shooting.
Did you think that they might see it at some other time, that you might take it to them, or?
No.
So you're saying that when you started the notebook, the shooting plan was in place and the mailing the notebook to them around that time was within that plan. Is that right?
That I planned to have them see the notebook after the shooting.
How did you think they would get the notebook? Were you already thinking of mailing it, or might there have been other ways?
Yeah, they'd get it through the mail.
Okay. Because one of the things that you note in here is the 99% certainty of being caught. So mailing it is the way to get it to them, is that?
Yeah.
It seems like it to me, anyway. On one of the pages of the notebook, you're talking about target and method and serial murder and things like that. You
I don't
mentioned
know why I chose mass murder over doing something like a serial killing.
Tell me why.
Because it was impersonal and it was something I could actually do.
In your words in the notebook, and you put an X beside several possible methods, and then a check mark beside mass murder / spree. Maximum casualties, easily performed with firearms, although primitive in nature. No fear of consequences. Being caught 99% certain.
Right.
Okay. At the top of that page where you talk about the targets, You say the targets are random, and you underline that 3 times. Okay.
Okay.
You've talked about the impersonalness of the targets.
That's basically randomness.
Okay. You write beside that, the cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortunate. It sounds like you're saying there is cruelty involved, even though the people are random or impersonal to you.
I was more going for the people who were shot were misfortunate because there are like thousands of the others in seats, and they were in the wrong one at the wrong time.
And that would be the cruel twist of fate that they happen to be in that seat
Yeah.
at that time. Okay. I'm looking now at the page where you have some stuff drawn out, the location of the movie, the police department. You mentioned the ETA response time, about 3 minutes, which I think you mentioned yesterday. And there's some things about the shrinks. Mel, Margaret Roth, Lynn Fenton, Robert Feinstein. We talked a little yesterday about you and the family in the counseling sessions with Mel. It was a long time ago.
Right.
So maybe things aren't remembered exactly right. I understand.
Okay.
In this, you say that you revealed nothing as to not appear weak amongst the family.
I didn't want my family to know that I was sick.
Tell me about not wanting them to know you were sick. Why not? What's in that?
I don't know.
What happens if the family knows you're sick?
Then it's bad.
In what way? What happens?
I don't know.
What might happen?
I didn't think that through.
I think part of you did think that through. Because you did something to prevent it from happening.
Right.
We vote with your feet. We vote with our feet. So as I'm looking at your behavior and saying something drove that behavior, whether you're able today to put it into words or not, or maybe you weren't able to put it into words back then either. Had your dogs died before or after you went to see Mel? Do you remember?
Years before.
Years before. What happened to the dogs when they got sick?
They got put down. I didn't make that connection back then. Okay.
Pulling back from the drastic connection of I'm going to be put down, which I don't think was conscious in your mind at all.
Okay.
What does being sick mean in a family? What happens to
That you're a burden.
Okay, a burden. And what happens when a kid is a burden?
He's disliked.
Disliked.
Yeah.
How do you feel as you say that?
Not so great.
What do you mean? Tell me more. How do you feel as you say that when you're a burden, you're disliked, and you're a little kid back then?
Well, what's something you want to avoid?
You feeling anything as you think about that?
Nope.
You mentioned the scraping of your wrist with the cardboard. You don't mention the cardboard here, but you use the word parasuicide. Another one of those psychobabble words that I try to avoid. But you explained well yesterday what you did in the back of the van with the cardboard.
Right.
You said yesterday that nobody ever knew about it.
I think I said my mom noticed.
And in your notebook you say your mom noticed and asked what happened. You said it was a paper cut, and she didn't investigate further. So she noticed that there were scratches or abrasions or something, but didn't know the context of those. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And you didn't tell her because?
It's showing weakness again.
We talked a minute ago about being sick within the family. How about being weak within the family? How does your family treat weakness in little kids? Or better yet, what did the little kid think or feel that the family would do with a weak kid?
I guess punish him.
What comes to mind?
Like spanking or something.
Anything else?
Nope.
Did you ever get spanked much as a kid?
Yeah.
What was the main way you were disciplined?
Spanking.
How often would that happen? And
I don't remember.
as you look back,
I was little. Yeah.
every day or not very
No, not
often?
that much. Once a month maybe.
What might you do that would get you a spanking?
I don't remember what earned me the spanking.
Do you remember the worst thing you did that got you a spanking?
No.
Do you remember the worst spanking, or do you remember a really
I
bad
remember,
spanking?
yeah.
Tell me about the spanking.
Well, they took me outside and spanked me in the front yard of the...
With hand, with switch, belt,
hand.
pants up, pants down.
Pants down.
I'm sorry,
Pants down.
pants down. Okay. For how long? Must have.
I don't remember.
Going to be real hard to estimate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well over 20 years later, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
But you remember it was outside. Pants down. Was anybody else there? Anybody see it?
Not that I know of.
Do you remember what prompted the spanking?
Misbehavior.
Like what?
I don't remember.
Yeah, thoughts of killing and hating mankind that were kind of vague back then. You said that you didn't carry out any symbolic or representative things of that. You didn't kill anybody when you were a little kid. Did you ever kill animals, insects?
One time I lined up a bunch of snails on the street for where the bus goes, and it made a big slimy track.
Did the bus hit the snail?
Yeah.
Was it just you, or was it you and your friends?
Yeah, my friends. Yeah.
You and your friends. Anything else like that?
Magnifying glass to ants.
That was exactly what I was thinking.
much.
A common thing for little kids to do.
Yeah.
How about with mice or cats or dogs?
No, nothing with like sentient animals.
Okay. The paragraph in which you talk about your mother noticing the cut on your wrist, but not investigating it. The next sentence is clean bill of health. I assume you mean she didn't think anything was wrong. The next sentence is decided to dedicate life to killing others so that I could live.
That goes back to the transferring suicidal thoughts to homicidal.
And that was when you were, give or take, 12. Am I remembering that?
14 maybe? I'm not sure though.
Okay. The juxtaposition of those sentences then is not coincidental. The cuts on your wrist had to do with, at least in the mind of a little kid, dying.
Yep.
And even at that point, the next sentence that you wrote, remembering that when you were making a notebook, was dedicating your life to killing others so that you could live.
Right.
One of the things one thinks about when you think of killing others so that you can live is killing things that are threatening you. A mugger's threatening my life, so I killed a mugger.
Okay.
Defensive sort of a thing. Or the Germans are overrunning
Right.
Italy, so we kill the Germans. World War II. That's not the way you described your thoughts of killing others, but it's what comes to my mind. Is there anything in the killing others so that you can live that sounds at all like the other people are threatening me and I kill them so that I won't be killed or so that my life won't be interfered with?
Well, I felt threatened being around other people.
The context that you talked about that the last couple of days has been a social context, socially threatened.
Right.
Is there other threat that comes to mind right now about any time in your life, really?
No physical threats or anything.
People that you need to eliminate so that you can live, or that you need to eliminate so that you can carry on your own life.
Right.
Well, those are my phrases, but I'm asking if they are a part of or similar to something in your life. People you have to eliminate so that you can live, or eliminate so that you can carry on your life.
Yeah, that was one of my reasons for killing.
Tell me what the context is that you're thinking of, because I don't want it to be my thoughts and words. I want it to be yours.
I don't know how.
What were other people doing, or likely to do, or you thought they were doing?
It wasn't anyone in particular. It was just
Then what were
people.
Then what were people doing? How were they keeping you from living or carrying on your life?
I don't know.
just said there was a piece of that anyway in your thoughts about killing and your reasons for killing.
Right.
So somewhere in there, you know, or somewhere in there, there's more hint about it anyway. Can you look for that?
Nothing's coming to mind.
Let's let that percolate just a minute. People endangering you, people that need eliminating so that you can live or so that you can carry on your life the way you want to.
What about it?
What do you see in your mind as I say that?
I don't see anything.
Okay. Here we're getting to the last part of the notebook. I think you're talking about being with Fenton. No fear of consequences. Primary drive, reversion to hatred of mankind. Intense aversion of people. Can you flesh that out a little bit too?
That's what I meant by hatred of mankind, is they have an intense aversion to being around people.
That's not quite what you said. This says intense aversion of people. It doesn't say intense aversion of being around people, which is the more accurate as of July 2012.
I don't see the difference of being around people and aversion of people.
I do. I see a difference. One may be a subset of the other. But if the intense aversion or the hatred just has to do with being around them, there are ways to not be around people.
Not really. It's a social society. Any type of work, you're going to usually have to interact with people.
So the answer to that is what?
I consider them both being the same thing.
Okay. And the answer to that aversion for you was to kill.
Was killing, yeah.
Was killing, okay. But you couldn't kill them all. All the people that...
Right, it would be unrealistic to be able to kill everyone in the world.
The end result of that thus far has been that you're arrested, you're in jail, and you're not around very many people.
Right.
Do you think that's one of the things that you thought about?
I think it factored into play.
I'm sorry?
I think it factored into play.
That reminds me of the picture that you took. Part of the way that you appeared and the way that you wanted to appear, I think, was dangerous. The picture of you holding the gun, the picture of you in the armor, etc.
Yeah.
A dangerous guy. How does it feel to be a dangerous guy?
Isolated and alone.
That's interesting. One of the feelings about being a dangerous guy is that you're isolated and alone. Anything else about the feelings that a dangerous guy has or how it feels to be a dangerous guy?
Just that it's hard to trust people.
Hard for you to trust people?
Yeah.
How's that?
Well, I figure most people could be dangerous towards me as well.
Okay. Why would the most people be dangerous toward you?
Because I've been dangerous.
So they're dangerous or want to hurt you because...
They get even, maybe.
Okay. So revenge on you? Any other reasons that they might want to hurt you?
No, not that I know of.
How about to protect themselves from you?
That sounds possible, yeah.
Does it come to mind, or is that coming out of my mind?
That's coming out of your mind, and
Okay.
I'm agreeing with it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You jot down that you, when you were seeing, I think this is referring to your seeing Dr. Fenton, et cetera, or et al., that you prevented building a false sense of rapport.
I didn't feel rapport between me and Fenton,
Okay.
and I knew it was an artificial relationship because she's paid and everything.
So, does this refer to your preventing the building of rapport or something else?
I'm not preventing it. I'm recognizing that it's just an artificial relationship.
Okay. Doctor-patient, therapist-patient.
Yeah,
That's created for some purpose other than
kind of like
buddy-buddy.
be a friend or whatever. Right?
Okay. The implication here is that the sentence reads, prevent building false sense of rapport. The implication is,
I didn't go out of my way to build rapport.
okay. The next sentence is, speak truthfully and deflect incriminating questions.
All right, so I wanted to keep my plan secret.
But at the same time, speak truthfully.
Right, because I'm not a liar.
So, when a phrase lying by omission or omitting,
Yeah, I don't consider that a true lie.
okay.
Okay.
That's interesting. An interesting syntactical thing, I guess. If you know something and don't reveal it when asked,
You're not liable.
you're not. Okay, you're not liable. Is it lying?
No, I would say it's just not revealing information.
Is that pretty much how you've always felt, or is this?
Yeah, I pretty much felt.
Okay. And deflect incriminating questions. So you knew information inside you that might cause something bad to happen to you. I think you mentioned you'd lock me up or something like that to Dr. Fenton.
I repeatedly said, are you going to lock me up on different sessions?
Were you afraid she might if you revealed more?
Yeah.
Do you think a part of you wished that she would?
Yep.
Tell me about that.
Well, I kind of regret that she didn't lock me up, so everything could have been avoided.
Once again, and we were talking about this yesterday, it's almost like there were two parts. One that wanted to do the mission, and one that wanted to be stopped.
And the one that wanted to do the mission overruled.
If you hadn't carried out the mission, would you have had to die then?
Possibly. Unless they committed me to an asylum where they protect against suicide.
Are you pretty sure that if you hadn't carried out the mission, and that you would have tried to kill yourself?
Yeah, it gave me an alternative.
How might you have tried to kill yourself?
I just shot myself.
As you ordered the guns and worked with the guns, etc., did shooting yourself come to mind?
No. It was all directed towards the mission.
So it sounds like you're looking back on it, that there's a certain likelihood, some likelihood that you would have shot yourself
Right.
using one of the guns you had.
Yeah.
any other benefits today of having completed the mission? One is that you're alive, you said.
That I'm worth more.
And then you brought that up yesterday. That you're now 13 instead of a 1.
Right.
You had some trouble yesterday putting a description on 13 versus 1.
That's because it's really abstract in nature.
Is there anybody besides you that keeps count of that 13 versus 1?
No.
God, the master power of the universe, keeping track.
Well, God is everything, so it's a part of God.
Is it a part of God that matters to God?
I don't know, that's personifying God as into like a human.
Yes, it is. And hypothetically personifying God, then, does that matter to God?
I would say no.
I was fear incarnate, love gone, motivation directed to hate and obsessions, which didn't disappear for whatever reason with the drugs. The last sentence is embraced the hatred, a dark night rises. And there's a pun, there's a play on words with dark night. You remember doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember roughly when you wrote that page? How much preparation had you done? How close was it to the shooting?
It was after I was out of graduate school.
Had you bought the tickets by then?
Yes.
So when you wrote this page, are you pretty sure that you knew what the movie was going to be?
Yeah, I was certain of the setting.
I'm sorry?
I was certain of the setting of the shooting.
And certain of which movie?
Yeah.
It was going to be. Okay. You said another time that the movie itself didn't matter to the plan. That would make this sort of a coincidental opportunity to make the pun of A Dark Knight Rises. Does that make sense?
All right, I'd never seen The Dark Knight Rises. It was premiering that day.
But there were trailers all over for months.
I watched the trailer.
Okay.
It had more to do with The Dark Knight, the second movie.
Right. What I'm doing is asking about whether there was a connection between the mission, or your view of the mission, or the style of the mission, and The Dark Knight. Maybe The Dark Knight that you saw in the trailers.
No.
And then you have the ultraception symbol, and then you have it broken out, the 0, the infinity, and the 1. And then there's another thing that I've seen a couple of times. I think I understand it. But tell me about that.
It's fire going through the window. It's kind of,
Fire going through the window.
yeah, it's kind of entering the window.
Anything else?
It's kind of a release of fire.
Okay. Does that mean anything to you? Bring something to mind in particular?
No, I don't.
The places where I've seen the drawing also remind me of fire. When I looked at it this time, I saw the hands coming up,
Right, so it's kind of personified.
as if to pull you into the window or pull the fire into the window. How else might that be personified with you?
I'm kind of lost control over my normal life. And
Reminds me of your hair.
oh, okay.
Does it remind you of your hair?
No.
As I looked at that, one of the things I thought of, and once again, doesn't have to be your thought, as you look at the picture? And maybe
That the fire's coming
I've
out.
probably already contaminated
Yeah.
the impression,
Yeah.
haven't I? Okay. Your hair was already dyed by the time you wrote this.
Yes.
It had already been red for a long time. When you dyed your hair over the period of time up to the shootings, did you need to touch it up or re-dye it?
No, I only dyed it once.
Only dyed it one time. Okay. Anything else about the notebook that you'd like to convey to me?
No.
Kind of got to check things off my big list here. We've covered a lot the last 2 or 3 days. You mentioned the medications that you took. What medications are you taking now?
Procedural, Lexapro, Visceral, Cogentum, Zantac.
I'm sorry, what's the
Cogentum and Zantac.
Cogentum and Zantac? Okay, do you know what the dose of the Risperdal is?
I believe it's 2 milligrams, but I'm not entirely certain.
Taking it once a day or twice a day?
Morning and night.
Okay. How about the Lexapro? Do you know what the dose of that is?
I think it's 150 milligrams.
Taking it in the morning?
I think it's morning and night as well.
Any side effects of those medications in the last few months?
It makes me sedentary, so it kind of drains my energy, but that's not necessarily a bad thing when you're locked in a cell.
Okay. What would you look like right now if you weren't taking the medications?
I'd be skinnier.
You'd be skinnier?
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
I'm not more energetic.
Anything else that I might notice about you if you weren't taking the medicines?
No, I don't think so.
You've taken the Risperdal and maybe the Lexapro since November of 2012 when you went to Denver Health. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. As far as you know, has the dose been about the same of those medications over the last 20 months?
Yes, I think so.
What effect, if any, do you notice separate from side effects?
Well, that I don't hear strange noises anymore.
Okay, what else?
The shadows don't appear randomly. I bring them on my own.
Okay. Before the medication, did you ever bring them on your own?
No.
You learned to do that at some point?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned that you don't hear the things. What things did you hear before?
Just people talking in another room.
People who were really there, or people who weren't there, or
I don't know, because it's hard to tell in a cell if the people are there or not.
but it's different with the Risperdal and the Lexapro. I'm going to leave the other medications out for you.
Okay.
How is it different in terms of hearing the things?
I don't hear any unwarranted noises.
Is that because it's making you deaf in a sense?
No.
Okay.
I don't know how it works.
Then what were the noises about before the Lexapro?
Just people talking about me.
Can you tell me more about the people talking about you?
I didn't know who was doing the talking.
Okay. What else about the people talking about you?
I don't know.
You don't have to know. I'm just asking you, does it describe them? You don't have to know who they were, and I understand that you didn't know who they were. Can you describe what you were hearing?
Just people carrying on conversations.
And those conversations were what?
I don't know any specific conversation.
You've said that they were talking about you.
Yeah, well, and they were having conversations with themselves or with others.
What were the words that you were hearing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Then how do you know it was about you?
This was when I was delirious after I did the bed falling thing.
Okay. Okay. Did you hear voices or sounds or noises before that time in November when?
No, that was the main time.
That was the main time. Was that the only time or no?
With the voices, yes.
Any other? You said with the voices, yes, that's a qualification. How about non-voices then?
Well, what do you mean by non-voices?
No, don't make me pull the teeth, please.
Okay.
What were you hearing? What were you hearing, if anything, before the November time when you were falling off the bunk?
Just typical conversations between inmates.
You recall what the words were when you could understand the words? Sometimes I imagine you couldn't understand them.
Well, I didn't eavesdrop on their conversations. I just knew they were talking. And sometimes they were talking about me.
Do you remember what the words were about you?
Usually, like, that's where the Joker is, that kind of thing.
The Joker.
Yeah.
Any particular meaning to the word Joker?
In reference to Batman, the Joker.
That how did they take up the word Joker in reference to Batman?
Well, they call me the Joker.
Is that one of the ways that you're known at the jail as the Joker?
Yep.
When did folks start calling you the Joker?
I don't know, like shortly after.
It sounds like an interesting nickname. Lots of people have nicknames in jail like this.
I guess so.
How was it that they came to call you the Joker?
I don't know their reasons for it.
You ever call yourself the Joker?
No.
I remember we talked about the way you appeared in the selfies, a little reminiscent of the Joker.
Right. The dyed hair usually made them think of the Joker, along with it being the Batman movie.
How do you feel about being called the Joker?
I don't think it's that bad.
How else do you feel about being called the Joker? What else is?
Makes me feel like they kind of turned me into a supervillain.
Okay. Turned you into a supervillain. What's it like to be the supervillain?
It's not so great when you're stuck in a cell.
Sounds like it gives you a certain status around the jail.
I'm not sure what that status would be. It's kind of just a recognition thing.
Is it better to have some recognition than not to have some recognition?
Not when it's negative recognition.
Okay. Does it sound like a negative recognition, or does it sound like cachet or panache?
I wouldn't say it's entirely bad.
In what way might it not be bad?
Well, because at least I'm remembered as doing something.
Okay. Being remembered sounds like it's kind of important.
Yeah, lots of people want to be remembered.
How about you personally?
I'd say so, yeah.
How do you want to be remembered? 100 years from now. Let's assume you're remembered 100 years from now.
I don't know if there's a form of remembrance as to just being generally remembered for doing something.
For doing something?
Yeah.
For doing what? The killings?
That's the way most people are going to remember me.
Can you flesh out remembering you for doing the killings? What else are they going to say? What else is going to be in that paragraph in the history book or in their minds?
Why I did it.
Will they understand?
Possibly.
Will the notebook help them understand, or the media help them understand, or the...
Hopefully the notebook will help.
How do you want people to remember you? That's a little different from how people, from the question, how will people remember you? How do you want people to remember you?
I don't know.
You've got something that you're thinking about. I know it's there. Just before you said it, I don't know.
Just as a significant figure.
I'm sorry?
As a significant figure.
Was that part of the way you wanted to be remembered as of May, June, July of 2012?
I didn't think of that back then.
Okay. You knew that things, or you described the knowledge that things were likely to end after the mission, one way or another. That is your life.
Right.
Either arrested or killed. Going back to your saying you saw the officers, and as I recall, you said their back was to you when you first saw the officers outside.
They looked at me and then they turned around.
And you were saying that there was an opportunity perhaps to shoot them, but you didn't. Am I remembering that right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me more about not shooting.
Well, for one, their back was turned, so I didn't want to shoot them in the back.
Did you shoot anybody in the back of the theater?
Only if they got down on the floor and put their back to me, which I couldn't see.
So you don't think you knowingly shot anybody in the back of the theater?
Intentionally. I don't think I intentionally shot anyone in the back.
Given the circumstances, is it a pretty good bet that some people are going to get shot in the back?
Yeah, because they're going to protect themselves. kind of curling up on the ground.
Were some of the people running away when you shot them?
There were two that ran away, and I tried shooting at them, but I missed.
Okay. Looking at some things that I've kind of highlighted here that I hadn't asked you, but there's a specific thing I'd like to do this afternoon when we meet. But meanwhile, let me just ask a couple little short questions. Is that okay? I remember something about your photographs that I didn't ask you about earlier. And then in the photographs, some of them make you look quite like a warrior.
Okay. Just because a warrior carries weapons.
Carries weapons and decks out in a certain way.
Right, in uniform.
Is both uniform, perhaps. Is both protected with the armor and offensive in the sense of being ready to do damage. Does warrior ring a bell in your mind as something that you are or wanted to be at the time?
I didn't figure myself as a warrior, especially since the people I was shooting were unarmed.
As you were looking at the material that you had in the apartment, did you ever think of yourself as or think about being a warrior, even though the eventual mission wasn't a warrior mission?
No, I never figured myself as a warrior.
Okay. A warrior, I guess, goes to war on somebody's side, is fighting for someone or for something. Does that make sense?
A warrior has like a purpose.
Kind of what a warrior does, whether he's a samurai or whether he's a soldier. And I think what you're saying is that that's not the context of what you did or what you were planning or what you were thinking about. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense.
That didn't make sense. The context.
I'm sorry?
The context didn't make sense.
Okay. You said there wasn't anything warrior-like about either your thoughts as you prepared or your thoughts in the theater.
I didn't specify that there's warrior-like characteristics, but I didn't view myself as a warrior.
Okay. And when I think of a warrior, I think of someone who's sometimes carrying out a mission, but a mission on behalf of someone or a country or a cause of some sort. Like a samurai carries out a mission or a soldier carries out a mission or something like that.
In that sense, I had a mission as well.
You had a mission as well. The mission came from whom? Or what?
Myself.
From yourself. And that's what you said. Yes. How much were you into social media?
Not very much.
Facebook, Twitter? Did you have a Facebook page?
I used to in college, but I deleted it because, it's people like Facebook stalking.
When did you delete it? Or did you just stop using it?
I deleted it in undergrad, I think.
In undergrad?
Yeah.
Okay. How about a Twitter account?
Nope.
Never had one?
Nope.
Any other social media? MySpace? That's pretty old-fashioned, I guess.
No.
MySpace, YouTube channel?
I had a Squarespace website, which I put some pictures on, like the armored me.
And what was the site?
Squarespace.com.
Squarespace, is that just like it sounds? Squarespace.com?
Yes.
And what did you put up?
Just photos of like my apartment and the armored selfie yard.
When did you develop that, or when did you set up that page?
Once I was out of graduate school.
Okay, so it was May, June, July, in that period of time, or June or July?
June or July.
Okay. Tell me about doing that. Any particular reason or context, purpose for doing that?
No, I just did it to like show the images. I don't think anybody visited it.
But it was there for anybody to see.
Yeah.
It wasn't encrypted or secret or something.
No.
What search terms would I use to get to that page? If I 2 years ago, it's probably gone by now. But 2 years ago, what search terms?
I don't think there are any that would have gotten to it.
If I put in James Holmes?
You probably have to put it in on Squarespace instead of like a Google search.
So if I were to go to Squarespace and search for James Holmes?
You probably have to do that.
And you used James Holmes was your login, or was the name attached to the page?
I don't remember if I put James Holmes in text in any of on the page or not.
And where I'm kind of going with that is, as you were telling Dr. Fenton, parts of the story, hints to the story, and hints to what was troubling you.
Right.
And hints to your plan. You're getting pretty blatant, it sounds like, with the things that you post.
Right, that's right around the time I posted the Will You Visit Me in Prison?
I'm sorry.
That's around the time I posted the Will You Visit Me in Prison on the dating sites.
Did you put any text with the images that you put up on Squarespace?
Yeah, I did Rational Insanity.
Was any of the text related to the mission?
No, that was it.
But the pictures were of you with the material and the regalia?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other social media?
The dating website.
The dating website. Did you try to wipe your hard drive before you left the apartment?
No.
Any particular reason you left it all on the drive?
No fear of consequences.
No fear of consequences. Did you ever use a proxy server or any
Nope.
way to?
I didn't try and hide anything.
Okay. Your email address is interesting to me. As I recall, D.H. Sherlock?
D. Sherlock B.
D. Sherlock B. Where does that come from, may I ask?
Well, Sherlock for Holmes, and then the D and the B just make a kind of bracket. So it's like if you put parentheses.
Okay.
Okay.
Your similarity of your last name with Sherlock Holmes, has that come up in your life at other times? Kind of an interesting coincidence.
Yeah, I've created kind of my gaming avatar as a Sherlock Bond.
Okay. Sherlock Bond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like James Bond, Sherlock Holmes.
Interesting combination.
Yep.
The thinker and the action guy, that's the way my mind says it. What is in your mind about that combination?
Well, they're both kind of famous figures.
Famous figure. View yourself as a Sherlock sometimes?
Yeah.
What mysteries?
Scientific mystery.
Scientific mystery. View yourself as a Bond sometimes?
Yeah. Man of action.
Okay. And I'm aware that I just said action. I didn't mean to put that into your mind.
Oh, okay.
Was that there before I said it?
No.
Okay. Similarities, differences between you and James Bond.
Well, there's differences that he's like a womanizer and a famous action star.
Any differences between your actions and his actions?
Well, mine are real and his are actors' portrayals.
Any others?
Nope.
Did you ever want to be a womanizer?
No.
Couple of sexy posters. Is that an attractive part of James Bond's life? Or?
Yes, I would say so.
For you and a million other guys, I suppose.
Right.
If you had the mission to do over again, still carrying it out, but the mission to do over again, would you change the way you did the mission?
No, I haven't thought of. Well, I have thought of other killing ways, like I mentioned in the notebook, but I ruled them out.
But having done it one way and seen the way that it turned out and all the ways that it turned out, are there things you would have done differently for the mission? Or did it pretty much turn out, as you look back at it, exactly the way you needed for it to turn out?
It went according to plan.
Do you ever think that there might have been ways to kill more people?
Yeah. I consider them like using biological agents.
No, I mean, looking back on what you did, do you ever think that you didn't kill enough? That you might have gotten more value points?
If I'd stayed in the theater and kept shooting until the police started shooting at me, I guess.
And what was it that caused you to leave the theater? What caused that?
Just instincts, I guess.
I'm going to take a bathroom break for myself, then I'm going to come back. Okay, you're welcome to take one as well.
Okay.
But I'd like to continue just a little bit longer before we have lunch. Is that all right?
Sure.
And because of circumstances, it's a little complicated to take a bathroom break, isn't it?
Yeah.
The record should reflect that we have paused the publishing of People's Exhibit P-TR-1007. It's about 10 o'clock, members of the jury, so we're going to go ahead and take a break. Before we do, though, I want to remind you of the instruction that I've been giving you throughout the playing of the video, and that is that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording have not been admitted as evidence of the content of the statements or as evidence of the matters asserted in the statements. Rather, his statements on this video recording have been admitted for a limited purpose and may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Rita in this video recording for the truth of their content or for any other purpose. Do you understand that instruction? And everyone's nodding their head yes and saying yes. All right, let's go ahead and take our break. Please remember all my admonitions in terms of your conduct when you're not in the courtroom apply during the break. Enjoy your break, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Everyone may be seated. All right, let's go ahead and take our morning break. Before we do, Mr. Brockler, remind me, there's an afternoon session for August 1, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And then there are a couple of full day sessions at the jail, is that correct?
There are three,
Okay, all right. Let's take our break, 20 minutes, and then we'll proceed. Thank you. The court will be in recess.
All right.
seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. My staff received a note from Juror 901. This is a follow-up to the discussion that I had with her outside the presence of the other jurors yesterday. The note reads as follows: in regards to the lady that spoke to me, juror number 901, Monday, I think she's in the second row, first seat on the aisle, behind the defense team, but I'm not completely positive. I try not to make eye contact when she was speaking to me. She has gray/black hair, wears dark framed glasses. So I'm reading the note because it was provided to my staff. And the person is saying it's not her. We did have someone yesterday who I think admitted to having the conversation with this juror and indicated that it was inadvertent. And I don't have any reason to disbelieve that. And I wasn't intending to address this any further today. I'm just reading it because a note was provided, okay? All right, are the parties ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
Judge, as they're coming in, would it be appropriate for the court to somehow inform that juror that the issue has been resolved or that there's no outstanding problems?
That's fine, I will. Do you mind if I do it in front of the other jurors, or do you want me to do it with her alone?
I would prefer if you didn't do it in front of the other jurors, and you could inform her, I think, that it wasn't a person that was associated or affiliated with either of the parties.
Okay, I think that's fair. Sheriff, could you let them know that we need to talk to number 901 alone briefly, please? Thank you. The record should reflect that juror number 901 is now present in the courtroom outside the presence of the other jurors. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay.
All right. I just brought you in to follow up on our conversation yesterday and on the note you wrote to us. We have identified the person who spoke to you yesterday. At least we think we did.
Okay.
And we've taken care of it. There's no problem, and it was inadvertent. That person did not realize that
That's
you were
what I figured.
a juror. Yeah. So, and that person is not affiliated with either party. So I
Okay.
wanted to make sure you knew that.
Okay.
You still did the right thing by letting us know.
Good. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, the record should reflect that juror number 901 has now exited the courtroom. Now, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, let's bring him in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. By the way, I know I don't do this enough, but I'm grateful that you're always on time, regardless of whether it's just a break or an end of the day break. You show up on time, and I very much appreciate that. There are a lot of you here, 24 of you, and it's not easy to have everyone show up on time, and all of you have always been on time, and all of you have found a way to coexist during the breaks. I know that's not easy either, and I appreciate all your efforts in doing whatever you can to be here on time and to get along. Thank you. All right, Mr. Brockler, do you want to finish publishing Exhibit P-TR-1007? All right, you may proceed. And I will dim the lights again.
I'm going to take a bathroom break.
Okay, great.
So, and James is welcome to do the same, but then come right back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's cold in here. Yeah, it was freezing in here yesterday.
That's not either. Let me just pick that up. There we go. We talked a little bit about your friends, the friends in grad school. I've got a person named Charlotte written down. I'm not sure why. Does Charlotte ring a bell?
She's a friend.
Okay, tell me about Charlotte. I don't recall her from his
She's
record.
in computer sciences program. She hosted a party for Gargie's birthday.
Was she a close friend of yours or one of the group or no?
She's a friend now. I don't know how close it was though.
Did you ever date her or
No,
hang out with her or do things along with her?
no, nothing like that.
Okay. All right. Know her last name?
It's not coming to mind.
Okay, that's right. You've told me about friends. What are they going to tell me about when I talk with them? What are they going to say about you when I talk with them?
Well, that depends on what you're going to ask.
What kinds of things are they going to say about James Holmes?
He's smart, good student, friendly. That's about it.
Do you think they'll say that they thought something bad was coming or that they thought the mission was coming or anything like that?
No, I never talked to them about the mission or anything.
Do you think their views of you have changed because of the mission or since the mission?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, now we don't associate with each other anymore.
What do you think their feelings are that, as a result of the mission?
I don't think it's affected them.
You don't think it's affected their feelings about you?
I'm not sure.
Logically speaking, how do you think it has affected their feelings about you?
they're probably sympathetic.
So far as you know, have any of them tried to write you?
Nope.
Even if you haven't gotten the letter or something? Any particular reason you think they haven't tried to write you?
Because I broke off the association before doing the shooting.
But as we said yesterday, people who don't even know you have written to you.
Right.
And something very significant in your lives and the lives of others happened. And you said that they would be sympathetic, yet they haven't written.
They can feel sympathetic on the inside without having to externalize it.
How about wanting to externalize it, wanting to write to you?
I think they're probably holding me back.
Why might they hold back?
Because they don't want to continue on with the friendship. They're going on about their own lives.
Most people have lots of friendships, even though they go on about their lives, lots of past friendships.
Right.
That doesn't keep them from communicating a little bit.
Well, I don't know why they haven't communicated then.
We talked about your friends. Talk about your enemies. Got any enemies?
No.
Before this happened, before the shooting,
I didn't have any enemies.
as a kid, as an adolescent, a teenager,
No.
no enemies?
No.
Is that just coincidental, or are you a real nice guy, or
I don't know about real
enough to
nice.
people? Did it matter enough to people to be their enemy?
No, I'm just a nice guy.
Okay. Some of the things that folks noticed on your computer were some of the other places that you've been, some investing sites, for example. E-Trade,
E-Trade.
Motley Fool.
Yeah.
Tell me about that part of your activity.
Well, I have a Roth IRA on E-Trade. I was saving up for retirement pretty early on.
Interesting. When did you start the Roth IRA?
I think in high school, but I'm not sure.
That early?
It might have been college. I don't know.
Do you recall about the last time you contributed to it?
I think I put $5,000 into it in 2012 or end of 2011.
Do you know roughly how much was in it as of July of 2012?
Around 10 to 15,000, I think.
And you put 5 in it, give or take, end of 2011 and early 2012? Do I understand that right?
That's what I think. I have to check the records of the transactions.
But that's why you run E-Trade, was because that's where the Roth is.
Yes.
What instruments? And does it still exist as far as you know?
I believe so.
Excuse me. What instruments was the money in? What kinds of instruments?
In stocks.
Just straight equities, stocks and bonds, or stocks or funds, or what?
Just stocks.
Do you remember any particular ones that you invested in? Excuse me, that you invested in?
Coca-Cola.
Okay. I don't remember from the record, I guess it's in the record, but I don't remember when the last time you checked on them was, or how often you checked on them, say during 2012.
I don't remember either.
Would you have checked on them a few times during 2012?
Maybe early on.
Excuse me. And Motley Fool? How about Motley Fool?
I don't know what Motley Fool is.
And actually, that was my inference about something. Probably something that said fool, but it reminded me of an investment site called Motley Fool.
Okay. I've never been there.
Okay. It's kind of an informal, friendly advice on the radio and on the web and stuff. Okay. Any other investing sites that you liked to go to?
Wall Street Journal. Just to check out stocks.
How often would you do that, say, in 2012?
Rarely.
Rare. There's an indication that you were looking at real estate or looking into real estate at some point. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, yeah.
Tell me about that.
Well, if I was going to stay on the graduate program, I wanted to get a house there.
Okay. Did there come a point when you stopped looking at real estate or being interested in the real estate?
Well, near towards leaving graduate school.
Okay. So, June, July, and I just don't know the dates of this. I can look them up, I suppose. But June, July, as far as you recall,
yeah. Sounds fair.
that you were or were not interested in the real
That I'd stopped looking at the real estate.
Okay. Excuse me. We talked about the video games. Any particular kind of websites or books or magazines that you enjoyed in 2012 before the shootings?
Netflix, Hulu, Fancast.
And you talked about the kinds of movies. I think you liked comedies.
Comedies are my favorite.
Okay. Any other particular kinds that you used to download a lot or check out a lot?
Drama movies, adventure.
I don't suppose Highlander was anywhere in there.
It was a fantasy movie.
Did you?
I thought it was a good movie.
I did too, by the way. And when was the last time you looked at a Highlander movie?
Oh, I only did it once, I think.
Do you remember about when?
No, I don't remember when. I watched like hundreds of movies.
One way or another, do you think you may have looked at a Highlander movie in the last, or in April, May, June, July of 2012?
I couldn't tell you
Leading
if
up
I
to
did.
Okay. There would have been older movies by then, because they came out, what, in the 90s or the 80s?
I don't know.
Did you have many books in your apartment? Besides textbooks?
Like one or two books. One on like,
Excuse me.
one called Starfish, which is like science fiction, kind of war.
Starfish?
Starfist.
Starfist.
Yeah.
Okay. What other books do you recall having in the apartment besides textbooks?
That's about it.
Any books on strategy, on war, on warriors, on missions?
No, I just looked online for that kind of thing.
Okay. And what did you find online?
Like how much ammunition was used, and like types of strategies and tactics.
I can't quite hear.
Types of strategies and tactics.
Any particular websites that you recall that stood out, that were particularly useful
No.
or interesting? Somewhere I had a note wondering, for some reason, about books on reality. like the physics of reality, the quantum physics of reality. Does that ring a bell at all?
I didn't have any books on them.
Look that up online or any other. Does that ring a bell at all? Maybe not.
Physics of reality doesn't.
I'm thinking of, for some reason, I'm not sure why it came to me, quantum physics and that causing a new way of looking at what reality is.
No, that doesn't
I
ring.
may have been reminded of that by something in your notebook.
No, I know that.
Things like, well, one that comes to mind is the Dancing Wu Li Masters. Does that ring a bell?
Dancing what masters?
Dancing Wu, W-U, Li, L-I, Masters.
I haven't heard of that before.
Okay, that's fine. I was going to ask you about, among the movies, a movie called Inception. Do you remember that movie?
Yeah, that was also by Christopher Nolan. He did the Batman movies as well.
I didn't realize it was the same guy.
Yeah.
Okay. What was Inception about?
It's about planting an idea into the brain and like a kind of in a dream state kind of thing.
In what context is the idea being implanted in somebody's brain?
Well, Leonardo DiCaprio, the main guy, wanted to see his kids at the end, but he couldn't because there was like a block on him or something. I don't know. It's a hard movie to explain. It's like explaining the Matrix or something. Okay.
I never did quite get the Matrix, much less the follow-up movies to the Matrix. But was there ever a thought or a fantasy or feeling for you that somehow thoughts were being put into your brain?
No, I don't believe so.
Was there ever a feeling that somehow your thoughts could get out and other people could hear them or see them or be aware of your thoughts?
During the delirious bedfall incident.
As far as you recall, any time before that?
No.
Or before the shootings, for example, or after the just after the shootings?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have the experience of seeing something on TV, hearing something on the radio, something like that, and getting the feeling that they were referring to you?
Again, during the kind of just before the bedfall incident.
Before, okay. But, I'm sorry.
Just before.
Just before the bed falling?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Well, I would like see the president on TV, and he would give a certain like look, and I thought he was like agreeing with me or something.
Looking back, what's your thought about that?
That's ridiculous.
Did you ever have that feeling or that experience before the shootings?
Not that I know of.
Or just after the shootings that you recall?
I don't remember.
I remember just after the shootings, remember the jail video, sometimes you'd go into the TV room for a little bit and watch some TV.
Yeah.
What would you be watching most of the time? Do you remember?
Sitcoms.
Sitcoms? Yeah. Watch the news much?
No, I don't care for the news.
What about the news about you?
It would pop up, but I wouldn't like go to a news channel and watch it.
If it popped up, would you continue to watch it as opposed to changing the channel?
Yeah, I would continue with the program I was watching.
So if the news popped up, you'd go ahead and not bother to change the channel and you'd listen to it?
Right.
Okay. There was something on your phone. I think it was in July of 2012. About the New York Times and the Denver Post. Do you remember any of that?
I remember going to the New York Times and looking into how you can post an opinion on the New York Times website.
In anticipation of what?
In case I wanted to post. I didn't end up posting anything.
Did you think you might sometime?
Yeah, that's why I looked at it.
Okay. What might you have posted?
The pictures from the pictures. The photographs of me in contact lenses and armor and stuff.
How do you think that would have been received by the New York Times and the New York Times readers?
They would repost it.
And what would people see in those pictures? What would it convey to people?
That this guy's different than other people.
In what way different?
He doesn't look the same as a normal person.
In what way does he not look the same?
Well, he's got red hair and black contacts. And
what would that mean to the people looking at it?
Well, that would depend on what they wrote.
What would they be likely to infer from it?
I didn't think about that back then.
Sure you did. Otherwise, why would you put the pictures up?
I didn't post the pictures.
Oh, okay, you're correct. Otherwise, why would you be thinking of putting the pictures up?
I'm confused.
In thinking of putting the pictures up, what would you be communicating to people?
Just that I was different again.
Different in what way?
Mentally different. A different kind of view of the world than other people.
Such as what?
That you can increase your value by killing people.
Is that what the pictures, is that what you would be communicating with the pictures? How would people realize from seeing that picture?
There's no way they would realize that.
And maybe that brings us to the question of, was that a logical thing to think about or not a logical thing to think about as you look back on it?
Illogical looking back.
At the time, although you didn't do it, did you think it was a logical thing to do or decide it wasn't a logical thing to do?
I thought it was logical.
Okay. Same for the Denver Post or different?
I never did anything with the Denver Post.
Somehow DenverPost.com was on there. I'm not sure why or how.
What's there?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't recall. Did you ever write a letter to the editor or
No.
op-ed to a newspaper before?
No.
You asked Dr. Fenton about her philosophy of life.
She was evasive.
She was evasive.
Yeah.
You think you were evasive?
Yes.
Any particular reason you asked her about her philosophy of life?
If I could help it build and improve my own.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to know hers so I could improve my own philosophy of life.
How would that have helped you improve your own philosophy of life? Or how might it have?
It would depend on what her philosophy was.
I think, if I'm remembering right, I got the impression that she was asking you a lot of questions about your philosophy. And it was a sort of a retort that she should tell you about hers. Am I misremembering that?
No, that sounds accurate.
Okay. And a retort is often intended to make somebody stop asking.
Right.
Does that apply to that situation or no? Does it apply to Dr. Fenton or no? Do you want her to stop asking?
I don't remember.
What do you think, Dr. Fenton or Dr. Feinstein will tell me when I talk with them about you?
That there was a lot they didn't know about me.
What else do you think they'll tell me?
That they'd taken me very seriously. They'd even called the Big Deal Threat Response Team or something.
And how did you know that they called the threat response team?
My lawyers told me.
Okay. What else would they tell me about you?
Soft-spoken, quiet.
Before the shootings, let's say in the months before the shootings, what kinds of things brought you pleasure?
Video games, TV.
We've talked about those. Anything else particularly pleasurable or things that just made you feel great?
No.
How about things that made you feel okay, brought you contentment?
Food, I guess.
Maybe brought you solace?
I'm not sure.
Anything bring you hope? You said you're depressed a lot. Depressed people often are kind of hopeless.
Just the mission brought me home.
Okay. Do you know what your family's doing right now?
My dad's retired and my mom's working as a nurse.
Okay. Why don't we stop for lunch? And when we come back, I want to ask you more about the mission.
Okay.
About the mission, okay?
All right.
All right. Did you want to take this with you, or?
No, it's just lying around.
Okay, that's fine. I think we're going to stop for lunch, guys, and probably start up about 2, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to turn the lights on. All right, the record should reflect that the people just finished publishing P-TR-1007. Was that the end of that disc?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at this time, Dr. Reed is resuming the witness stand, and I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. I remind the jury that Dr. Reed's testimony has been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the testimony of Dr. Reed only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this testimony for any other purpose. All right, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Your Honor, may I make a brief record? Right when we came back from the break, the court may recall that I leaned over to Mr. King, and then we fast-forwarded through a portion of that video that would have represented the laboratory break that was taken on the video. I spoke with Mr. King at first. He'd indicated he had no objection to fast-forwarding through those few minutes, and I wanted to put that on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, there's several areas I want to go into with you here. This was a bit of a longer segment. First thing I want to talk to you about is you go through almost page by page the notebook, at least up until the planning of the scouting out of the theater portions. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Why was it important to your assessment of the defendant and his capacity in this case to go into that kind of detail with the notebook with him?
Those were things that he wrote himself, his own productions, within the last month or two prior to the shootings. They represented something about how he was thinking. I'm not sure exactly what in the various parts, and we can talk about that, but they were just as if he had talked with somebody in the last few weeks. I would want to talk with that person. It was information that was there.
Is it information because of the form it took and the timing that it took that you just simply took at face value, or I mean, as completely unimpeachable information, or was it a place to start a conversation, or something else?
I think a little of the latter and something else. I don't take what's in the notebook as absolutely true or absolutely representative of what he was thinking at the time he wrote the various things. But it's a place to start. It's something to ask him about, and he certainly wrote them down for some reason, and we talked about what those reasons might have been. Some things appear to have been quite the way he wanted to write them down. I'm not saying that very well. Some things appeared to have been intended to be interpreted in one way, other things perhaps intended to be interpreted in other ways. I'm not saying that very well either. There are different parts of the notebook, some that have to do with concerns he has about how he is feeling, what he's perceiving. That's important. There are parts that have to do apparently with what he was planning and his thoughts about that planning. And there are thoughts that have to do apparently with his merely reporting what's going on. It was important to me that it appeared to be dedicated to his family, who he mentioned by name. There were a lot of contexts, not just one, and some of them seemed more important than others.
Well, tell me about the significance you just talked about placing on the fact that it's dedicated or written to his family.
At least the first page, and we might recall that the first page in the notebook is actually about the 27th page of that composition book. The other pages were torn out. We don't know what was on those. I'm not saying there's anything suspicious about that at all, but it starts on page 27 of that particular notebook. The first page says to Goober, that's his mom, Chrissy or Chris, and Bobo, that's his father, love yous, Y-U-H-S. I don't know how that applies to the following pages. All I know is that that page was there, and anything else would be sort of speculation on my part.
You talked about him going through a list of things that he was concerned about with himself, and I just want to touch on a few of them. We've already talked about the suggestion that he felt like he may have been catatonic and not meeting that definition. I want to ask you about his use of the term paranoia, or his discussion of the feeling of that. Talk to us about that.
Okay. And that's in a context, I'd like to put it in context if I may, in a context of lots of things that he wrote down about concerns he had about himself. Some of them sounded logical or semi-logical, others didn't sound logical. Some were physical things he was concerned about, and others were mental things that he was concerned about. With regard to paranoia, I don't know exactly what he meant by that word, except as he may have explained it 2 years later in the videos. And I literally don't remember what he said in the videos.
Well, let me remind you then, you have a discussion with him about a thought that as he was preparing for the the mass killing, that maybe there had been a heightened sense of surveillance or law enforcement had. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember now.
Talk to us about that.
He talked about wondering whether the police or law enforcement was surveilling or watching his apartment. And this is not specifically in the notebook. These are the things he talked with me related to paranoia, or perhaps related to paranoia. Police cars parked near his apartment. Were they related to him or not? We talked about that, and if it wasn't in this segment, it'll be in a future segment of the video. He either thought or wished that the FBI or law enforcement had followed him to the theater, and we talked about his possibility as a wish that they would stop him. Things like that are what I remember.
How does that impact, if at all, your opinions regarding capacity?
It sounds like someone who is concerned about getting caught or getting stopped, and who in many ways, as he said, wants to be caught. There's a strong implication, I think, that he believes that he wants to be stopped from doing something wrong.
What about this idea, Doctor? He talks about a sense that he thinks that maybe law enforcement is more around him. He's seeing more law enforcement. What about the idea that maybe that's just entirely healthy, that if someone is planning to murder people, that they would naturally become more concerned about their environment?
Objection, leading.
He's asking about a specific idea, asking for his opinion about that specific idea. Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
He did say at some point in one of the videos that we've already seen, something like, after all, I was going to commit a crime, or after all, I was planning to commit a crime. It doesn't seem unusual to me that a person who is planning, and particularly planning in some detail, might wonder, does anybody know, and do I need to worry about being surveilled? He did some things. He told me that he closed the curtains to his apartment, for example, to not be seen. Other things appear not to worry about being caught, at least after the fact. For example, when he left for the theater, he didn't bother to wipe his hard drive. He didn't bother, I don't believe at all, to use what are called proxy servers to cover tracks on the internet, things like that.
Can I just ask you about the first part of that? Because you do talk with him about that, about him leaving the hard drive in his apartment. That's in the apartment that has the incendiaries and explosives in it?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about one part of the list of things you go through with him, and for me, it was the only part that I saw where he said, I don't want to answer that. And that was, you have a specific question for him about his genitals. Is there some significance to that line of inquiry and to the responses?
The line of inquiry is simply to be thorough. It was part of the list of things he was concerned about, some of which indicated something very likely mentally wrong. And it's certainly not unusual for people to talk, to not want to talk about their genitals, or to not want to talk about fantasies about their genitals or fantasies about sexual things.
Okay. There is some discussion that you have with him about shadows. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why was it important to talk about shadows?
As he described them to me, I was very curious as to whether the shadows, what level, if any, of mental illness the seeing of shadows that apparently weren't there was this a visual hallucination, which is a rather serious psychological or psychiatric condition, doesn't define being schizophrenic. There are other ways to do it too, but it would have been pretty darn significant. At the other end of the spectrum, there are lots of ways to sort of see fleeting shadows or think you saw something out of the corner of your eye. We talked a lot about that, and I wanted to know a lot about it because I was very much interested in whether or how mentally ill he was, particularly at the times just before and around the shootings, but really any other time in his life as well.
Well, you talked to him about that, but did you also pay attention to, was it important to pay attention to how he had represented whatever it was he was seeing, both in the notebook and to other people in advance of the shooting?
It's it's important to know, if you can, what he saw or believed he saw and what it meant to him or how he responded to that. I'm aware that he described it in different ways to different people. To me, he described them as shadows. I'm not sure that's on track with what you asked, so maybe you could ask.
Break it down then. In the notebook, tell us, does he ever use the word shadows?
I don't believe so.
Calls them flickerings. Is that right?
Objection. That calls for speculation, Judge.
Oh, if you remember, he's asking about the contents of the notebook, right?
Yes, sir.
The question was about whether in the notebooks that's what they were called.
Correct,
So
but there's
those-
no indication we're talking about the same phenomenon.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase the question.
In the notebook, does the defendant make any reference to seeing shadows?
Not that I recall, no.
Does he make a reference to describing or seeing something else that he writes down that could be a visual phenomenon?
Yes.
What does he call it?
I believe he called it flickerings, but you've also suggested to me that it was flickerings. We can go to the notebook and see what he said.
Okay, and that's already in evidence, and we can certainly read that later.
Okay.
I want to ask you, is there any evidence in the record, either in the notes that were prepared, the reports, or your conversations with Dr. Fenton and Feinstein, that the defendant ever said he was seeing anything?
Dr. Fenton and Feinstein, the answer is no. And what were the other two places?
Just in their reports and notes and in your conversations with them.
Not in Dr. Fenton and Feinstein's, no. There was no indication of visual phenomena that I'm remembering, and I'm pretty certain of that.
Did you review Dr. Woodcock's notes, since he doesn't have a report, his notes from July 24th, 2012?
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of there being no report.
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
Yes, sir. Did you review, by the way, did you see a report from Dr. Woodcock from July of 2012?
Not from July of 2012, no.
Did you see notes from July of 2012?
Notes from his seeing the defendant, yes.
Did you see anything in the notes from Dr. Woodcock or hear anything in your conversations with Dr. Woodcock that said that the defendant was seeing shadows?
I'm fairly certain not shadows. I'm not sure as I sit here whether he describes some other visual phenomenon.
How about this? For everything you've reviewed, every mental health professional that you've spoken to, are you aware of any other time, other than what we just saw here, where the defendant describes seeing head-juggling, axe-wielding, sword-wielding, shadow gun-using shadows?
I believe that was just to me in the interviews.
You tried to engage him on these several pages, 6 maybe pages of repeated why. Did you get an answer from him about that?
Not a particularly good answer. He sort of told me he didn't really know why he'd written it down. It had to do with the whys about the meaning of life, about the meaning of death, is what he said. That's the best I can do.
You asked him about voices.
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Because hearing voices, that is hearing voices that aren't coming from somebody, is a serious symptom in most instances, not always, but a serious symptom in most instances, and would lead one to think about serious mental illness such as schizophrenia, or about a break with reality, a psychosis of one sort or another.
Did you discover any evidence from any source that the defendant was hearing voices prior to July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
No.
In fact, does he just limit it to the events surrounding the incident of November 2012?
Yes, and I asked pretty thoroughly about that, and what he told me was it had to do with the period in which he literally had a psychotic break in November of 2012 when he'd been in jail for 4 or 5 months.
One other thing I failed to mention with the shadows, a question about that was, is there something you look for or expect to see that we would call surrounding symptoms of some sort of visual hallucination or seeing shadows, something like that?
In most situations, people are distressed when they see things that aren't there, or things that they believe aren't there, or odd things. Mr. Holmes didn't express to me distress either at the time or when he was describing it. One also would expect, if it were part, for example, of a psychosis, that is a break with reality beyond just seeing the shadows or seeing something, one would expect there would be other symptoms as well, and that the people around him would notice something wrong. I'm not aware of other symptoms or signs that people noticed or that he noticed at the time. He says he saw them in the lab. He doesn't say anything about any other symptoms or whether he stopped doing his work in the lab, things like that.
How about the fact that he says he can summon them?
I find that very unusual. It would be particularly unusual in a person who is schizophrenic, I believe, or is truly psychotic. There are other situations in which people occasionally, rarely, but not super rarely, see things in which they can be someone kind of playing with his own mind, perhaps someone reassuring himself. But it's an unusual thing, and it's also interesting to me that he's not distressed by it. It's not diagnostic. I don't want to overstate it. It's not diagnostic of anything in particular.
He mentions repeatedly, he uses the term mission to describe his planning and efforts at the theater. Does he ever use the phrase with you, a call for action?
I don't recall that he's ever used that with me. I don't believe I ever used it with him.
How about a call to action?
Same answer.
Oh, the meds. You talked to him at some length about the medications that he's on. And what I want to ask is, from after this November 2012 incident, 4 months after the shooting, he is treated and placed on some meds. Are those the same meds approximately that he was on when you saw him?
No, there's some overlap of the type of medication, but they're not the same and they're not for the same thing.
Are they the meds that he was on when he would have spoken with Doctors Juror and Metzner and the other psychologists in between?
Yes, by the time Dr. Juror and following people saw him, he was on the medication and pretty close to the same dose, as I understand it, the medication that he got in November and December of 2012 after he'd been in jail.
And to be clear, from the moment he's brought into the jail until whatever takes place in November of 2012, is he on any medications that you're aware of at all?
Not to my knowledge, and I looked very carefully for that.
You go
at least nothing psychiatric. Let me clarify, he might have gotten a decongestant or something.
Or something for an infection or something like that.
I don't know.
Okay. In terms of your questions to him about things like retirement planning and the fact that he's looking for a house up until he decides to quit school, why is that important, if at all?
I noticed indications that he was going through some fairly, let me call it, normal activities, and two of them were investments. Pretty young to be thinking about retirement, but we hope people do. And they're looking for a house. I wanted to hear his description of those to see if they sounded realistic or if they didn't. I wanted also to see how late those thoughts, which turned out to be fairly realistic as far as him describing me, how late those lasted as we're moving toward July 1920. And as you pointed out, both the looking for the house, he says, stopped around the time he stopped school, and the checking on his IRA and his stocks probably stopped before that. I really don't know when the last time he looked at the Wall Street Journal was.
We saw you speak with him at some length about his contacts with Drs. Fenton and Feinstein. And there is a discussion where you ask him about information he has told them versus information he has withheld from them. Tell us what significance you place on that conversation and why.
I'm very interested in what went on by the only mental health professionals who saw him within a few months of the shootings. And that's Ms. Roth, the social worker, and then Drs. Fenton and Feinstein. we know what Drs. Fenton and Feinstein wrote down in their record and what they told me in the conversations. I wanted to hear his side of it and to hear what his experience was with it. It was interesting to me that when he saw them, he was, as they inferred, withholding some things, not talking about some things. It sounds as if he was cautious about not getting too close to them, not forming the doctor-patient relationship, the rapport. He didn't want to be locked up. And there's an interesting context in this that I think is significant, and that's the juxtaposition of his not sharing things with them, with his concept that a lie of omission, that is, not telling someone something, is not really a lie to him. A lie is telling an untruth.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
I object.
Oh,
Thank you for your patience, folks. All right, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may. I'll sustain the objection, but Mr. Brockler may proceed as we discuss at the bench.
Doctor, I cannot find the exact line in there, but this is what I want to do. A couple things. One, no matter what question I'm asking you, I want to be clear. I will never, ever ask you
Judge,
to...
I'm just going to object to this question. May we approach?
No, I'll sustain it. You can rephrase the question.
We don't need Mr. Brockler's explanation. We just need a question.
I understand. I didn't need the explanation there either. Sustained. You can ask a
Thank you.
different question.
The fact that the defendant tells you that he chooses to keep certain information from Drs. Fenton and Feinstein, does that fact have an impact on your assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Yes, it has an impact.
Okay. There's a discussion that you have with him also about being remembered and the significance of that to him. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you ask about that, and what impact does it have for us here?
One reason is thoroughness. Another is that in a lot of situations similar to this, being remembered is a significant part of the person's motivation or thought about what will happen. It has to do with whether or not he believes that there will be people to remember him in the future. It has to do with the way he is thinking about his acts, or the way he looks, or the way he's preparing, the way he's thinking about those things as they might be viewed by other people, and how those acts, and he might be viewed by other people. I don't mean to skirt the question, but those have to do with the way he's thinking at the time.
Now you go into another set of questions where you ask him about things like a Squarespace website and New York Times search on how to post things on the New York Times. Why?
In part because they're simply in the record, and I want as much expansion as I can get on the things that I found in the record, whether the notebook or somewhere else. I would like to know what I can about, once again, the process of his thinking. Does it make sense? Does it have to do with crazy thinking, or does it have to do with things that lots of folks would like, such as to be in the New York Times? That's the way I'm thinking about it right now. I don't know if I'm addressing your question or not.
Well, let me ask you then, does it seem like rational conduct for someone that was preparing to do what he was doing?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
It's rational in the sense that lots of people do it, and lots of people want to be in the New York Times or on Facebook or something like that. It doesn't tell me that the mere fact that he wants to be remembered doesn't tell me for certain whether he's being rational in that process. But it's not an illogical process in my view.
When you're assessing the defendant's capacity, both to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly, as well as to assess his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality, are you also going through this process assessing whether his thinking and his conduct and decision-making are rational?
I'm not sure I do it that specifically as you just described, but it's always what I'm thinking about in general.
In this last segment, did you find evidence of rational thinking by the defendant?
Yes.
How much?
a great deal. The considerable majority of what he said as he remembered it from 2 years later.
One last thing. You go through with him a discussion of something that he drew in the notebook, and it was a picture I think you both described as a window with some flames in it. Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I publish that just so the jury knows what we're talking about? Page 54, I think, of the notebook with the court's
Yes,
permission.
you may.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, ma'am. Was this the picture that you were speaking about with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, a lot of your questions had to deal with whether or not there was some, I think the word you used was personalization between him and this drawing. Why did you ask about that?
I was curious about the picture. Psychiatrists are always curious about pictures and how they're interpreted. Maybe it's sort of a Rorschach throwback. But I had a particular thought in my mind when I first looked at the picture. I wanted to know what his thought was when he drew the picture and when he looked at it later. As you recall, we talked about the idea that it's flames. We talked about the idea that it might be someone coming into a window. There is something that I thought about later that I did not bring up in the video, and I'm happy to mention that if you like.
What's that?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
How about this? Doctor, is there anything about the answers that the defendant gave you or your exploration of this picture with him that would suggest that this isn't someone trying to come out of a burning window?
It doesn't sound like, to use your word, someone coming out of a burning window. I think that our conversation reflects some version of flames, and my thought, and it doesn't have to be his thought, was that something was trying to get into the burning window. But in terms of what that means, that would be speculation.
Do you have any idea whether he's drawing a picture of his apartment?
Objection calls for speculation. And it's contradicted by the testimony of the video, in the video.
Sustained.
Doctor, I want to ask you, based on everything we saw in that segment, any change of opinion on the defendant's capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality, based on what you took in from this video? And ma'am, you can take that down, thank you.
My opinion's the same, and once again, I saw this before I rendered those opinions, and they helped support those opinions.
Any change on the capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly with his other alleged criminal conduct?
No change.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to try to do two of these at once with you. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1008, and there are two DVDs there, Doctor, and then People's Exhibit 1009, same thing, two DVDs. We've done this now a few times. I want to ask you about 1008. There's a copy of a DVD with the seal of our office on it. Did you review that one in detail to make sure that within the confines of the court's orders that it is a fair and accurate representation of this next segment of your assessment of the defendant?
Several days ago, yes.
Okay. The other disc that's on there, did you review that in parts to make sure that it was consistent with the one you watched in detail, but perhaps maybe some better sound?
Did not review the DVD in detail, but checked the times, beginning and end, the actual length, and determined that it's me on the video and the content is the same, except for hopefully better sound.
Same questions as regards 1009. The one with the seal, the DVD with the seal, is that the one that you reviewed in detail?
Yes.
Consistent with the court's orders, is that one a fair and accurate recording of the assessment / interview you had with the defendant on the subsequent session?
Yes, it's a good representation.
The other DVD, 1009, that doesn't have the seal, same questions as before. Did you take a look at the times on that to ensure that it seems like it's the exact same version of the one you watched in detail, just with hopefully better sound?
Yes, I did, and as you know, I initialed the disc when I checked that out.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of People's Exhibits 1008 and 1009 into evidence, and the 2 DVDs with our seals on them as just trial exhibits.
All right, is there any objection to P-TR-1008 and P-TR-1009, Mr. King?
Judge, I have no objection, no further objection to either, and I would challenge Mr. Brockler to play both videos at the same time.
Let's do it. I think, Your Honor, can we play them back to back? I think everyone wants to see it twice.
No. All right, both are admitted without any additional objection and based on my prior rulings, and both may be published, but only one at a time. So, Mr. Brockler, do you want to start with P-TR-1008?
I would, Your Honor, with one last question for the doctor. The period of time, do you recall, Doctor, is this the August 1st, 2014 PM session? That was the AM session?
The next one would be the August 1st, 2014 afternoon session, yes.
Picks up right after the lunch we heard you talk about on this last one?
Correct.
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brockler, how long is this one?
This one is 27 hours. No, I'm kidding. What did you say? 2 hours and 11 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's play about 20 minutes worth of it, and then we'll stop right around 12, and we'll take our lunch break.
Yes, sir.
May I step down, sir?
Yeah, you may step down, Doctor. Thank you. All right, I'm going to dim the lights again.
What would you have for lunch? Oh, like chili and peppers and onions and chicken. Oh, sounds good. That sounds good. Chili pretty hot or not pretty? No, it wasn't that spicy. Okay. Okay. And you met with Dr. Gray also during the last couple of hours, right? Right. Okay. That's right. How's that testing going? He's either almost done or he's got to come back again. Okay. Any big deal about it or any questions about it that I can answer for you? Nope. Okay. All righty. Yesterday, you were talking about your view of what happens after you die. Do you remember the phrase that you used? Dreamless sleep. Dreamless sleep, right. Does what you do while you're alive have any effect on what happens after you die? I would say no. That was almost a firm yes. Is there any exception to that or possibility of something different or no? No. Okay. So the things like having the worth of 13 rather than 1, those help you when you're alive? Disappear, I guess, when you're dead. Disappear. I'm curious, if someone were to kill you, or murder you, would they get 13 or would they get 1? I'd say 1. Okay. You think there's any chance of that? Yes. And what would be the way that might happen? If they give me the death penalty. Okay. And that would be purposely killing you as contrasted with accidentally killing you. Right. And so somebody would get 1. Yes. Who would that person be? That's difficult to tell. They kind of do that on purpose, too. So I guess it could be the person who makes the lethal injection concoction, or whoever presses the button, or you could even go with the jury. Okay. If more than one person kills a person, how is the value divided? Or is it divided?
I think it's still just one. One goes to each person.
Okay. We're kind of talking about the possibility of your death or your possibility of being executed.
All right.
What are your feelings about that right now?
Well, since I've been in jail, it hasn't looked that bad. It hasn't looked that bad of a possibility.
Since you've been in jail, did you feel differently about it before you came to jail?
Yeah, I thought it would be worse than getting prison in life, but now I kind of equate them as equal.
Can you tell me a little more about the way you see them as equal, or one not particularly worse than the other?
Well, since all the freedoms are taken away when you're in jail and in prison, it's kind of not a fulfilling life.
Okay. I guess nobody knows right now, but informally, what do you think the chances are of you getting the death penalty?
I don't know. I haven't predicted it.
Right now, thinking about it, not casting anything in stone, do you think you would fight it, or ask the lawyers not to fight it? Or?
I would ask them to fight it just because my family still supports me.
Sounds like you think your family might have some feelings about that.
Right. I think it would matter if I died to them.
Tell me how they might feel. What they might feel.
Very sad.
Anything? Can you expand on that just a little bit?
Well, they would miss me.
How about your sister? She's part of the family. She's the same as your parents?
Same thing, yeah.
Okay. I neglected to ask you this morning, we were talking about the symptoms that you saw in yourself and the possible diagnoses that you saw. Do you know what anybody has diagnosed you with now?
No, I can only speculate from the drugs they've given me.
Okay. So no doctor has said, here's what I think you have?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. What do you infer from the drugs?
Well, I'm taking antipsychotics, so I think it's schizophrenia, and I'm taking antidepressants, so depression.
Okay. I'll share with you that those drugs are sometimes used for other conditions too.
Okay.
But those are two conditions that they're used for. The Lexapro is most often used to help depression. And Risperdal is an antipsychotic. It's a non-specific antipsychotic. Kind of doesn't matter what the diagnosis is.
Okay.
And once again, what's your understanding of what psychotic means?
Having beliefs that don't match up with reality.
Okay. Did we talk about Dr. Woodcock coming to see you in the jail?
No.
Do you remember him coming to see you in the jail?
Yeah, he was like the first one, I think.
What do you remember about his visit and what y'all talked about?
I don't remember anything at all. Okay.
Okay. Do you remember about when he came?
Maybe around a month at the start of my incarceration.
At the start?
Yeah.
You mean around a month after you were?
Around a month after, yeah.
Okay. How many times did you see him?
Either once or twice.
You'll get along okay?
I was distrustful of psychiatrists at the time.
Distrustful of psychiatrists specifically, or distrustful of anybody that came to see you, or because you didn't know who he was?
Psychiatrist.
Okay.
They told me who he was.
Was anybody with him when he came to see you?
Oh, I don't remember.
I guess what I'm asking, and you may not remember, is did anyone introduce you to him and tell you who he was?
Someone told me Dr. Woodcock is going to come evaluate you or speak with you.
Do you remember who told you?
I believe it was one of my lawyers.
One of your lawyers told you. Did they also tell you that he was there at their behest?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Okay. What I'd like to do for a little while this afternoon is kind of go through the chronology of the mission and what happened afterward. You've shared an awful lot about it already, but I'd kind of like to go through it stepwise and pick up what I might have left out. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. We talked about the weeks and months leading up. What do you remember in terms of how you felt, what you were perceiving, how you were thinking when you were getting ready to go over to the theater for that last time to do the shooting?
How I felt that night?
Yeah, you're loading the car, you're getting stuff ready. What's going through your mind?
Just to get it done, basically.
Okay. Any other thoughts or fantasies or feelings going through your mind?
No fantasies or anything.
Any thoughts about how it was going to go?
No, just basically just do it.
You'd never done it before.
Right.
And although you had checked out some things, you'd never rehearsed the whole thing. Any anxiety about whether it would come off okay? And what you wanted to have happen?
No, I wasn't very nervous. I was prepared.
Okay. At that time, did you have any doubt that you would end up killing a lot of people?
No.
Okay. Tell me about the drive over.
Well, it was somewhat dangerous because I put tinted windows, like tinted window film on my windows so that I could gear up inside the car, but it doesn't let much light in, so it's hard to drive in the dark.
You weren't geared up when you drove over, but the windows were tinted so that you could get geared up inside the car, is that right?
Correct. I had only the ballistic pants on before I drove over.
Okay. Was the windshield tinted too?
The windshield, I put up a sunscreen.
For the drive over?
Well, it didn't matter for the drive over if it was tinted or not.
Okay. If someone had looked in the window of the car at a stoplight, would they have been able to see it?
No, because it's dark.
Okay.
And it would look normal because I wasn't wearing all this gear and stuff.
Where was the gear stored? In the
Just
trunk?
in the trunk.
Any of it in the back seat?
I believe I had the back seat down, so it was just trunk to the back seat.
Okay. And what kind of car was that at that time?
Hyundai Tiburon. It's a coupe.
Oh, so that was the same Tiburon that you bought many years earlier?
Correct.
Okay. And your folks helped you buy it, right?
Yeah, they paid the majority of it.
They paid, as I recall, $7,000, and
I paid it $1,000. Okay.
the car was paid for?
Yep.
Okay. So you drive over. A little difficult to drive over. Tell me more about the drive and parking and stuff like that.
Well, the drive over went smoothly. I parked in the back, right across from the Theater 9 emergency exit. So it would be straight away going in there.
which you had cased before.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Nothing unexpected happened on the drive?
Nope.
How about walking me through going into the theater?
Well, I previously purchased the ticket to the theater online. So I walked in and I showed the guy my phone, but they have a little kiosk thing where you're supposed to enter the number, so he sent me to that, and I entered the number on the kiosk and it gave the ticket.
Any hitches there? Any problems there?
No.
The record indicates that your phone was scanned 3 times. Does that make sense?
I bought in 3 tickets.
Okay. Any particular reason you bought 3 tickets?
I was trying to get into Theater 9, and the tickets I bought were Theater 8. So I bought multiple tickets over different days to try and get the ticket to Theater 9.
And one of them did come up Theater 9?
No, they were all Theater 8. So I went to the concession stand, which was on the Theater 9 side, and then went to Theater 9.
Okay. So you just mostly, nobody had to check that, or nobody checked which theater you were going to?
Once you do the check at the front to see if you have a ticket, then they tell you where it is and you can go there. But I went to the concession stand.
Okay. Did you buy anything at the concession stand?
No.
Anything else about going in that comes to mind?
No, not really.
You mentioned earlier that you thought maybe the FBI would stop you from going in.
Yeah, once I geared up and was about to leave my car, I thought they would stop me there.
Oh, later when you actually geared up?
Right.
Not when you were going through the front?
Right.
Okay, thank you. So you go in the theater, what's it like? What are you seeing and hearing as you go in the theater?
I just went to the very front and sat down in one of the chairs and then pulled out my phone to make it look like I had a phone call.
I'm sorry?
Pulled out my phone to make it look like I had a phone call.
Okay.
And then went out the exit for that reason.
As if you're going outside to a quiet place to
speak on the phone.
Okay. What was on the screen when you went in?
I didn't see. I'd imagine just previews.
Do you recall specifically that there was something on the screen, but you just don't?
There was advertisements playing.
Okay. Pretty quickly after you got to the front, you did the phone ruse and went out, or did you wait a little while?
It was pretty quick, maybe like a minute.
What else did you see in the theater when you first went in?
Well, it's just an aisleway.
I'm sorry?
It's just an aisleway to the stands. And I looked back in the stands and saw that they were all full.
Okay. So you go out through some sort of exit corridor to the outside exit door, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
Then I went to put the stuff on and get all the weapons ready.
Tell me about that process. What did you do, or how did that work?
Well, I previously loaded all the magazines into the weapons to have them ready to fire. I just put on the clothes, the kind of arm guard, the coat with the ballistic proof.
Did you do all that in the car, or did you do it outside the car?
In the car.
Must have been pretty cramped.
Yes, it took a little bit.
Okay. Any particular thoughts, preparations, getting ready, psyching yourself up, anything like that?
I put my music on on my headphones, on my wireless headphones.
Okay. The music was from an iPod or through your phone, or?
An iPod.
Okay. Tell me about the music. What music did you choose?
Just electronic music, random electronic music.
No particular artist that you remember?
Right, it was just from a stream of music.
Was it something that you had pre-recorded or pre-done, or was it over Pandora? Or
it's something I'd saved as like an MP3 file.
okay. So you put that on after you had set it up, or before?
Oh, in the middle.
Okay. The music, I take it, was through earbuds?
Yeah, they were wireless though.
Oh, really? Then what happened?
Then an employee came out to the dumpster and threw something away, but I had the tinted windows and the sun shade up, so they didn't see me. I heard them and everything.
But what, then
I heard them.
you heard them come out?
Okay.
What did you think about when they came out?
If they're going to interrupt the process or not. But they didn't. They just went back inside the theater after they threw the trash away.
If they had somehow interrupted the process, what would have happened?
I had a handgun in my passenger door side that I could have used.
Okay. Were you prepared to do that if necessary?
Yeah.
Any other thoughts or feelings or sounds that you remember hearing? Smells even? Anything sensing at all in your senses that you remember
No.
from that?
No.
Heart pumping, adrenaline racing, or no? Calm, keyed up, scared?
Calm and collected.
Calm and collected. Okay. At some point, you mailed the notebook, and that was it. At what point during the day did you mail the notebook?
The afternoon on Thursday.
In the afternoon. How did you mail it? Did you drop it into a letterbox, take it to the post office?
Dropped it in a post office box.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna turn the lights on. The record should reflect that the people have stopped playing P-TR-1008. Members of the jury, it's 12 o'clock, and so it's time for our lunch break. Before we take our lunch break, however, I want to remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only with respect to the issues that are raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for the truth of their content or for any other purpose. All right, with that reminder, let's go ahead. That my advisements related to your conduct Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Mr. Brockler, do you want to mark the unenhanced version of P-TR-1008 and 1009 as court trial exhibits 40 and 41 respectively?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's do that. So those will be marked as C-TR-40 and 41 respectively. And then I propose marking the note from Juror 901 from earlier today as court trial exhibit 42, C-TR-42. Any objection to that? Nobody's saying they have an objection. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll mark it that way. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything on behalf of the defense?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, enjoy your lunch. Thank you. be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Just a thought. I know that I've been giving the jury a couple of instructions that say that certain evidence has been admitted for a limited purpose, and specifically only as it relates to the issues raised by the not guilty by reason of insanity plea. And I wondered if it would make sense to specify for them, not every time, but one time, that when I say issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, I am referring to issues related to two questions. One, whether the defendant was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, and the word wrong refers to moral wrong as measured by societal standards of morality. And two, whether the defendant suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that rendered him incapable of forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charged. And as relevant here, there are two culpable mental states that are elements of the crimes charged after deliberation and with intent and knowingly. Do the parties have any thoughts on that, Mr. Brockler?
I don't, but it sounds good.
All right, Mr. King?
Judge, I don't have a specific objection to that. Procedure instruction is in and of itself insufficient to cure the problem, but we understand the court's ruling on that, and so I have no objection to the court informing the jury of that.
I'm not sure what that comment meant. If you're referring to any previous motions that you've made that I've ruled on, you're not waiving anything.
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay,
That's
all right, great. All right, let's bring them in, please.
Your Honor, I believe there's just under 2 hours left. But it might take us up to 3 o'clock and then break. The whole thing, and then 2 hours.
It should be a little less than 2 hours, right? Let's push through and see if we can get, if we can watch the whole thing. And I'll let the jurors know that we're gonna do that.
Limiting instructions too, Your Honor, when we can.
We will. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has returned. Welcome back, folks. I hope you had a good lunch. I don't know if you got a chance to go out, but it's a beautiful day out there. I think it's supposed to be up to 90 today. And also, I think the Broncos might be having OTAs or something, so I don't know if you are able to catch any of them. I'm not suggesting that anybody bring binoculars, no. All right, before we proceed, folks, as you know, at the end of the morning session, the prosecution was in the middle of playing Exhibit P-TR-1008. And what we're gonna do is try to play the rest of it. It's almost 2 hours long, but I think I would like to push through and see if we can get it to the end before we take our afternoon break. Before we do that, though, I want to give you the limiting instruction that I've been giving you with respect to the video recording, just to remind you that the defendant's statements and the video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements and this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements and this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed and the video recording for the truth of the content of the statements or for any other purpose. I have just given you a limiting instruction that included reference to issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. And I've been giving you a couple of instructions that mention that phrase. And so let me just elaborate on that at this time. When I refer to issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, I mean issues that are related to two questions. One, whether the defendant was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act. And by the way, the word wrong there refers to moral wrong as measured by societal standards of morality. And number two, whether the defendant suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that rendered him incapable of forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charged. And as you know, there are two culpable mental states that are elements of the crimes charged in this case: after deliberation and with intent, and knowingly. With that explanation, we'll proceed. Did everybody understand that instruction that I just gave you, and everybody's saying yes and nodding their head? Great. Okay, we'll proceed. Mr. Brother, if you want to resume the publishing of People's Exhibit P-TR-1008. All right, and I will dim the lights.
Okay. At what point did you call the behavioral health hotline or the hotline of some kind?
Like halfway through gearing up.
From the car then?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was something that happened in the car. If you can, I'd like to pretty much hear everything. I want to hear the whole story.
I called him, but I couldn't hear anybody on the other line.
Okay. What led you to make that call?
Just one last chance to see if I should turn back or not.
How big was the part of you that was hoping for that last chance?
It was overruled by completing the...
And we know that it was overruled. It was. But how big was it to be overruled?
Not very big.
Enough to make you dial the phone?
Yeah.
Was the number already in your phone? How did you?
Yeah, I saved it in my phone.
Okay. You'd saved it from a previous visit or a sign on the wall at the office? Or how did you have that number?
On the website.
May I ask when you went to the website and got the number?
I don't remember. It was before that day, though.
Okay. You think it was weeks before that day or within the week?
Maybe within a week.
If you remember, why did you go to that website?
To get that number.
And the website is the website for?
Student mental health.
Okay. Were you thinking anything else as you went to the website other than, I'd like to have the number in my phone?
No.
Were you thinking why you might want to have the number in your phone?
In case I wanted to stop the the process.
Okay. Had you ever dialed that number before?
No.
And what happened when you dialed it?
I just didn't hear anything.
Did you hear the phone ringing at the other end?
No.
Really? It was just dead, or I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything for 9 seconds, and then it hung up.
Then you hung up, or they hung up, or it hung up?
It hung up. I'm not sure.
So you're quite sure you dialed.
Yes.
You're quite sure that the number was accurate,
Yes.
and the phone dialed it. Did you dial it, or did the phone dial it?
It was just dialing a contact number.
Okay, so all you had to do was press it, and whatever number was the contact number got accurately dialed.
Yes.
Okay. As far as you know, your reception was fine in the middle of town,
Right.
and you didn't hear any answer, electronic or personal or otherwise, on the other end.
No.
And you said 9 seconds. Did you kind of count them off, or did you show on the phone how long it was?
It said like call ended after 9 seconds.
I'm sorry?
It said call ended after 9 seconds.
Did you try to redial?
No.
Looking back, are you sure that was the right number?
Yeah.
What do you think would have happened if somebody had answered?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I might have talked to him.
What might you have said?
Told them the situation.
I'm sorry?
Told them the situation.
So you might have told them where you were and what was going on?
Yeah.
What do you think might have happened then?
They would have tried to convince me not to.
Okay. What might they have said?
I don't know.
Do you think they would have been successful?
No, I think it would have been overruled again.
But some part of you punched in the numbers and waited 9 seconds for them to answer.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember what you thought or felt or when nobody answered?
Then shortly after, I thought the FBI would stop me.
With regard to how you felt when you pressed end on the phone,
Right.
What was going through your mind then?
Just that it was really going to happen.
Okay. You say that as if that was a time when it hit home that it was really going to happen.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between that feeling of it's really going to happen and the feeling when you went out of your apartment and got in the car?
There was still a chance it wouldn't when I was in my car.
So up to that moment, I'm trying not to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like
Still
you're
skeptical.
you were putting on the gear.
Right.
But it might not happen.
Right.
Okay. Was there? And the phone call ends. And once again, what was your thought when the phone call ended?
I'm really going to do this.
Okay. Then you mentioned a thought after that about the FBI stopping you.
Right.
Tell me about that thought.
Well, once I got outside and was in the light, I thought the FBI would then come in and arrest me.
Once you got outside the car in your gear
Yeah.
and were in the lights, you said.
Yeah.
Okay. did you do that quickly and move quickly into the theater, or did you stand there a while?
There was kind of like a corridor in the back. So I went down that, and then you could also go to the side a little bit and be out of sight of the back parking.
Still outside the building?
Still outside the building.
So about how long were you outside your car and outside the building in your gear?
Maybe 2 minutes.
Really? That long?
I don't know if that's long or not.
Okay. And I'm not saying that I don't believe you or that that's not accurate, but that's your memory of about how long it was?
It could have been a minute. I don't know.
If you were to have gotten out of your car and walked to the door and entered it, roughly how long would that have taken?
15 seconds.
So substantially, you took, it sounds like you're saying, you took substantially more time to re-enter the theater than was necessary. Is that your memory?
Yes, I was kind of in the alcove a little bit.
Tell me about that period of time. What were you doing? What was going on?
I was standing there on the outside, and I could see in through the crack of the door.
Okay. Are you in the light at that point, or not in the light?
I'm in the light, but it's shielded from the back parking lot.
And what is the feeling or the purpose or the, if I were watching you from afar or on a video or something, what would I be seeing? What would I be thinking is going on?
What's he waiting for, I guess?
So let me ask you, what were you waiting for?
I don't know why I waited.
I can think of waiting strategically to be sure it was clear, or waiting hoping someone would stop you, or waiting to be sure your gear was on right, or reasons like that. Do any of those ring a bell or not?
Well, I dropped a tear gas canister, and I had to look for that, and I couldn't find it.
Oh, you couldn't find it? Did it stay outside?
I don't know. It was when I was getting out of the door of the car. So it kind of fell, and I don't know where it fell.
So you didn't recover it before you went back in?
I had to, so I wound up just using the one I had.
Okay. Did you spend some time, looking for it?
Maybe 30 seconds.
How'd you feel when something dropped that sounds like an unexpected thing happening? What thoughts or feelings did that bring up as you were trying to carry out the mission?
It didn't bring up any feelings. Just that I needed to find it.
And you needed to find it because?
For crowd control.
No sense of panic or
no,
something's gone wrong?
No, nothing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You went out the door. How'd you get back in? Those doors generally lock from the inside.
I had looked all around for a device that would go onto the door and hold it open with as minimal amount of space open as possible. So I wound up buying picnic tablecloth clamps.
Oh, little clips that fit on the...
That hold the tablecloth to a table.
Yeah.
So if you can imagine, like turning a table sideways, then it looks like a door. And you can put it on the door and it won't close all the way, but be open just a very little bit.
Was there a handle on the outside of the door so you could grab the door to open it, or how did that work?
There was the width of the door, so.
Okay, it kept the door from even, it didn't stop the bolts from coming through, but it kept the door from closing into the jam.
Right.
Okay. So you're going back inside, and what all are you carrying?
A shotgun, and the AR-15 was on a sling around me in front, and the handgun was in my belt, in one of the pouches where there was a bunch of handgun magazines.
One handgun?
Yeah, I left the other one in the passenger door.
Okay. Any particular reason you left it in the passenger door?
That's where I was changing, gearing up.
Did you forget it there or leave it there on purpose?
Leave it there on purpose.
And why?
Because it would have been extra weight to carry.
Okay. Did you have the gas mask on at that point?
I had the gas mask on in the car.
In the car, okay. And the helmet?
Yep.
Okay. Walk me through, you go in through the outer door, then what happens, and what do you see, what do you hear, what do you smell?
First, I opened the tear gas canister while I was still outside the door, and it made a hissing sound, and then I went inside and tossed it over on the right side of the theater.
As you walk up from the outside door, is there any other door between you and the audience? Or
no,
curtain?
there's only that one door.
Is there any curtain or anything like that?
It's set at an angle so that the whole audience can't see you, but they can still see you when you enter the door.
Okay. How did it feel to be really doing it?
Then it was an autopilot.
Exhilaration or
No, none of that.
caution or
No.
sensitivity to what's around you?
Was looking at what's around me.
Okay. Pretty aware of what was around you, or?
Yeah, I could see people trying to leave and sitting down and under their seat. And
Actually, I'm thinking right now still about going in from the door. The canister's been opened.
right.
At that point, are you on autopilot or not yet?
At that point, I'm on autopilot.
Okay. Some people who are in experiences like that, for one reason or another, are very sensitive to what's going on around them, very aware of little things and big things.
No, I wasn't like that.
Wasn't like that?
No.
How about vision? How well could you see at that point going in from the door?
I couldn't see very well at all.
Because?
Because there were scratches in the gas mask, and it was brighter outside than it was inside.
Okay. Then you come around the curtain or around whatever the partition is and toss the canister?
Yeah.
Walk me through from there.
Then I raised the shotgun and saw that people were getting up in the back left corner. So I shot up that direction. And then I don't remember any of the other shots of the shotgun.
Any idea why those people were getting up in the back left corner?
Well, they could see me all decked out with my guns and stuff.
Okay. So you shot in that direction. Do you know whether you hit anything?
I heard a scream.
You heard a scream?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened next?
And I shot all my shotgun rounds and tossed it on the floor.
Slow down a little because I want to kind of each step, if you don't mind. You shot how many times toward the folks on the upper left?
I think the shotgun held 5 or 6 shells. So I shot all 6 of them.
Emptied in that direction, okay. Go ahead, please.
I didn't know what Just in the direction of the people. I don't remember after the back corner where I fired them.
Okay.
But then I threw the gun down and switched to the AR-15. And I don't remember where I shot those ones either, except for like 2 people who tried to run away, and I shot like 3 shots at them.
But there were many more people in the theater than the 2 who were trying to run away.
Right.
Did their running away prompt you to shoot them?
It made me kind of focus on them or divert my attention to them, because I can't have everybody running away from the scene.
Yeah. Tell me what you mean. I can't have everybody running away.
Well, because then I'm kind of out of control of the situation.
Okay. While you were firing, did anybody get out while you were firing?
Yeah, the 2 people who ran away, and then afterwards, 4 people, I think, carried a guy out, and they got out the back exit, the emergency exit.
Okay, so they came out the exit, you came in?
Yeah.
And I think we'll get to them in a minute. So you're firing the AR now?
Yeah.
And tell me how you fire an AR with the gas mask on.
You put it up to your shoulder and start shooting.
Can you sight down the barrel with the gas mask on?
I had a scope on it, but I didn't use it to sight. I just shot randomly.
In the direction of people, but randomly would apply?
Randomly towards people.
Okay. At least some of the time, you were trying to shoot specific people.
Right, so those 2 people who ran were the specific people. And then there was one other guy, which they carried out, who was a specific person I shot at.
Do you recall shooting anyone who you knew was already hit?
No, because I couldn't tell who was hit or not. You can't see.
Okay. Did you see anyone fall from being hit?
No.
Really?
They got down kind of behind the seats pretty fast.
Okay. You didn't see anyone actually hit by bullets or shells or shot?
I saw the one wounded guy they carried out kind of flop. But I didn't see where I hit him, or that was the only one.
Did you see the hit with anybody?
What do you mean by that?
The fellow being carried out, you knew he had been hit.
Right.
Did you see it when he was hit?
I determined that he was hit because he flopped.
Was there any point at which you saw the hit on anybody?
No, I don't think so.
Do you remember seeing the hit on anything? So you hit a wall, hit a seat?
No.
Okay. How about the sound? What did all that sound like?
Well, I'd had my music in to drown out sounds, and I guess I didn't hear much.
How high was the music turned up?
To its full volume.
Full volume. So what could you hear besides the music?
I don't remember hearing the gunshots.
Okay. And you don't recall what the music was, but just that it was a
Well,
techno?
just that it was playing.
And it was techno?
Yeah.
You don't recall hearing the sound of the guns, the report from the guns?
No. Although I could when I was out on the range with my music playing.
So on the range, you used the buds as well?
I did the music thing too, yeah.
How did you do that with the noise cancellation headphones?
I didn't use them all the time. I used my wireless headphones. for some of the other time.
What do you make of the fact that you don't recall hearing the reports, the shooting sounds in the theater, even though they were at least as loud?
I think it was chaotic, kind of a chaotic situation.
Do you think you heard them and don't remember hearing them?
I think I heard them, but I don't recall the gunshots.
Anything else that you heard besides the music?
No.
You said a minute ago that you heard the people up in the far end scream.
I heard the one person scream at the beginning, and that was that. I didn't hear anything else.
Okay. Did the music stop at any point, or did it keep going the whole time?
It was set to play the whole time. I don't know if it did or not, because I wasn't really hearing the music either.
Tell me about that. You weren't really hearing the music either.
Yeah, I don't remember the music.
So even if it had paused or was between beats or between songs, you don't remember things being heard in the course of what happened?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Other senses, did you smell anything? Even with the gas mask?
No, I had a gas mask.
There are certain smells you can smell through the gas mask.
I didn't smell any of them.
Could you smell the riot gas? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Any physical sensations on your body that you were aware of?
No.
Heat, cold, sweat?
No.
Tingle?
None of that.
The feel of the floor under your boots? The weight of the weapon in your hand? Any of that?
No.
What do you make of at least your memory today is that you didn't feel it? What do you make of it? It was a pretty important event.
Right. So I didn't remember every detail.
What you're sort of saying is that in terms of some things, you don't remember any details.
Yeah, it's kind of blocked out.
Do you think it's been blocked? I don't know the answer to this either. Do you think it's been blocked since the event, or do you think it was blocked during the event and you weren't perceiving anything at that time? What do you think?
During the event.
Okay. You've dropped the shotgun. You're using the AR. Are you moving around? Are you standing still? What?
I'm basically in that corner the whole time, except for once I go into the light, which is later.
Okay.
The lighted hallway.
Move me through up to that point, can you? What gets us to that?
There's the emergency exit, and I go in, and it's in the corner, and I shoot people from the corner.
Emergency exit down low, there exit outside or an exit at the back of the theater?
The emergency exit is at the back of the theater.
I'm not picturing it quite. There's an emergency exit down by the screen.
Which is at the back of the theater.
Okay. Is there also an exit behind the seats up?
No.
In the direction of the seats?
There's two corridors or aisleways besides the seats, and they go to the front door of that theater.
The ordinary doors that would lead out of the theater.
Doors, yeah.
At any point, did you go to those doors?
No, I went halfway down the aisleway.
About halfway to the doors. On which side?
Well, coming from in through the emergency exit on the left side.
Okay. Tell me about that walk and what you were doing as you walked there.
I was checking the weapon, and I discharged the magazine that had misfired, and was trying to put a new one in, but they wouldn't go inside they wouldn't click in there.
Okay. So what was your purpose of walking up that aisle?
To to be able to see, because I couldn't see very well in the corner. And it was a safer spot to reload.
Was it a better lit? Is that one of the things you're saying?
Yes, the aisleways are lit to follow the
Okay.
kind of,
And a safer spot to reload.
right, so because they couldn't see me in there.
So this wasn't along seats. This was in some way that the seats
It
could.
was like, this is the aisleway, and the seats would go up. And it
Okay.
goes down.
And you went down. So what happened? The magazines wouldn't click into the AR.
Right.
Then what happened?
Then I walked out. I think before I went into the aisleway, I shot some with the handgun, but I don't remember shooting the handgun.
Before you went into the aisleway. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't remember shooting it, but you think you probably shot some people with the handgun.
Well, I've known afterwards because it got revealed by lawyers in court that I shot the handgun.
Okay. The shooting that you did any of it occur any place other than down near the screen where you came in from the outside door?
No, it was all in that one corner.
Did you walk up the aisles at all and look down the aisles to see if there was anybody behind seats or anything like
No,
that?
I didn't walk up into the stands.
Okay. What else about being in there? It happened, or did you feel or experience or sense?
There wasn't anything else.
Remember muzzle flash?
No.
Okay. Had you practiced the process of changing the weapons, emptying the shotgun, dropping it, starting with the AR, had you practiced that before?
Not dropping the shotgun or anything, but yeah, inserting the magazines and reloading, I'd practice that.
Okay. Why do you suppose the reloading was so difficult this time with the AR?
It didn't work, I guess. I think the main reason why was because it was so dark that it was hard to see.
Okay. They're shaped a certain way so that they can only go in one way.
Right. Yeah.
And you were aware of that. You were putting them
They're
in.
curved.
Right. So you put them in with the curve the right direction.
Right.
Forward.
Yeah.
Okay. I mentioned this when we were talking about the range. My understanding of those magazines is that they need not to be completely filled in order to minimize the chance of a jam.
I didn't know that.
Okay. You've got the music on. You're not aware right now of having heard anything. Was there any outward indication of how people were feeling or reacting to what you were doing?
No, when I was walking back from the aisleway, I turned and looked at the stands and they were completely empty, except for like the first row where people were ducking down.
Do you think they knew that you had walked back up that aisleway and that's why they were ducking down, or am I missing it?
I think they'd previously been ducking down and were still ducking down while I returned.
So what do people feel when there's someone in the front right corner of the theater shooting loud weapons and screams being heard, things like that?
What's the question?
What do people feel when they're experiencing that?
Terror, I would say.
Okay. Can you expand on terror?
Well, they'd be very afraid and kind of unbelieving that that could be happening at the moment.
What do people feel when someone near them gets shot?
That's homecoming.
What do they feel when they get shot?
Shock.
Anything else?
Just reaching out for help.
I think we've been over this a little bit, but have you ever been seriously injured?
No.
Okay. Certainly not shot?
Right.
Okay. Do you remember what it felt like to pull triggers?
No, I had gloves on.
Oh, you did? Had you practiced with the gloves?
Yeah, at the gun range, I put the gloves on as well.
The gloves have a light trigger finger, less material on the finger, on the index
I think
finger.
it was like neoprene material or something.
Okay. What do you suppose the people heard? They didn't have earbuds in. What did they hear?
Yelling and screaming. And I think the fire alarm or the emergency alarm went off. And it was making noise.
I'm sorry?
It was probably making noise too,
Okay.
but I didn't hear it.
Yeah. What about the light in the theater? How light was it?
It was dark.
Okay. Do you recall how long the movie continued to play, or did it continue to play the whole
It
time?
continued to play the whole time I was there.
Okay. Can you picture yourself in your mind now in front of that screen with the movie playing in the background and you in the foreground? Like a shadow, I guess, with guns blazing?
I can't see me firing. I can see me at that location though.
What do you make of, I don't understand, you can't see yourself firing, but you can see yourself at the location.
Right.
What do you
Pointing
mean?
the weapon.
Is there a reason that you can't see yourself firing?
That's just what I couldn't see at the moment right now.
I'm sorry?
That's just what I couldn't see right now.
Can you cause yourself to see that? See yourself firing?
Yes.
What do you see?
Bullets going towards seats.
Okay. Bullets going towards seats. What else?
That's it.
Are the bullets going toward anything else besides seats?
No.
People?
All the people are hiding behind the seats.
About 65 or 70 of them obviously went toward people, didn't they?
So, yeah, I assume it went through the seats and hit them.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
How many folks do you suppose were hit directly, and how many of the bullets went through the seats and hit them?
Maybe like 4 or 5 directly, and then the rest were behind the seat hits.
Really? Okay.
But I can't remember seeing it.
Okay. The shotgun, you were shooting BB shot.
Yeah.
You think that would go through a theater sheet? A theater seat?
I fired that one first, so that was the 4 or 5, which were kind of at people.
Okay. The AR, the loads that you had, would they go through theater seats?
I don't know, I didn't test it. It would be pretty hard to test it.
Did you plan for it to go through seats?
I thought they would go through seats because they're rifle round.
Was that part of the assumption for getting people killed? Or no, I don't mean to put words in your mouth.
I'm not sure what the question is. What's the assumption that?
You wanted to kill people.
Right.
As you were planning to do it in this way, was the plan generally that you would be killing at least some of them by shooting through theater seats? Or was that not particularly a thought beforehand?
That didn't come around beforehand.
How did you think they would be killed beforehand?
Sitting in their seats.
Thinking about it beforehand, did you think that some people would be running or hunkering down?
Yes. That's why I left an exit route available so they don't fight. They can escape by running down the right aisleway.
Okay. And what would happen then if they're running down the right aisleway?
Well, I wound up shooting at them, but only a few tried it.
But what you've just said is that part of the plan was that they would run down the exit aisleway to be shot.
To escape.
But the plan was that you would shoot them while they were running down the aisleway, or do I misunderstand?
No, the plan was to contain them so they wouldn't start running. But I left that aisleway because I was kind of blocking the left aisleway and the emergency exit. So the only exit would be that right aisleway.
So why did you leave them that exit?
Because it was far away from me. And they wouldn't attack me, come down and run and attack me.
So the thought was they would go there rather than attack you?
Right, they'd run away.
Kind of a pressure valve, I guess.
Yeah, pressure release valve. Let them go down that way.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let them go down that way so they don't attack where I am at.
Okay. Those that did run that way, did you shoot at them or no?
Yeah.
Hit some of them?
No, I don't believe
As far as
I think there were 3 shots though that went through the wall and into Theater 8.
Okay. Were you trying to?
I didn't know it would do that.
Were you trying to shoot them?
Yes, I was aiming at them.
Okay. The question in my mind, I guess, and I think you've answered it, but maybe not. In one scenario, you create a chute in which people go so that you can killing them. It becomes, in a sense, a killing field. In the other scenario, which you just explained, you create a pressure valve to protect yourself from being overrun.
Right, I didn't create a killing chute.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Thanks for clarifying. Okay. You remember the reloading, you remember the jamming, but you don't remember any noises over the music.
After the scream.
After the scream. You don't remember any particular feelings, I'm talking about physical feelings, one way or another, of heat or cold or sweat or
No.
movement or tingling or pressure or pain?
No.
Okay. Was there any reasonable probability that someone you knew would be in the theater?
No.
And why do you say that?
Because the probability is very, very low. They could have gone to another theater around Stapleton. They would have had to go into the premiere. And they'd have to have been in Theater 9 instead of Theater 8 or Theater 10.
Was this a theater that folks near you, folks from the campus, frequently went to, or was it pretty much out of the way for them, not a common theater to go to?
It was close enough that they could have gone to it.
Did you go to the movies very much? Or? I know you watched a lot of Netflix. Did you go out to movies very much?
when I was taking reconnaissance.
Other times, did you go to theaters by yourself or with friends to see movies?
Sometimes, yeah.
Ever accidentally see anybody you knew there?
No, I usually go with somebody that I knew.
Ever accidentally see someone in the theater or around the concession stand that you happen to know?
No.
Okay. When it was over, when your shooting was over, how many people do you think, did you think you had hit?
I think I hit maybe 20 people and maybe killed only 3 people.
Sorry?
I wasn't sure I'd actually killed anybody at that time until they said there were people deceased over the police radios.
But at the time that you finished shooting and left the building,
Yeah,
I know that you didn't know for sure, but your impression was
somebody's probably died.
roughly 20 and 3.
Yeah.
There's a phrase, kill ratio. How many rounds did you shoot?
Well, I wasn't counting at the time.
Roughly, how many rounds did you shoot?
They said in court, I think, 50 or 60 rounds.
Okay. How many did you think you shot? What was the impression that you had at the time?
Well, I know that I shot all the shotgun rounds. I don't know how many of the AR-15 rounds I shot. I thought maybe only like 15.
The clips are 30 or 31 shells, right? Or I could be wrong about that.
The clips I had were, I believe, 40 or 45.
Okay.
And I had one snail loader magazine clip that was 100, which was the one I was shooting off at the start.
Okay. Did that one jam, or did you exhaust it?
That was the one that jammed.
Okay. And the handgun rounds?
I think I shot maybe 10.
So as you were going out, your thought of what had just happened would have been that you had shot roughly how many rounds?
I wasn't thinking about that at the time.
Okay.
I was thinking about police presence.
Okay. There are lots of things, and I know that I missed asking about with that. Is there anything else about the experience inside the theater that sticks in your mind that you remember vividly?
This one guy in the front row was smiling. I thought it was kind of odd that he'd be smiling.
Yeah. At what point was he smiling? When did you see
This
him?
was when I was going to leave, going towards the exit, and just looked back and saw that he was smiling.
What do you make of that?
I think it's probably a stress reaction that he did.
As far as you know, did he look alive?
Yeah, he was alive and moving a little bit.
Okay. Can you theorize about that? Just kind of blue sky, let your mind wander about that guy? What was going on with that guy?
I wondered why he had that reaction.
What might it have been? Just, we'll probably never know, but what might it have been if you were to spin out a story about that guy? You look back and here's a guy smiling.
And it was probably a nervous or anxious smile.
Okay. Did you have any feelings about it when you looked back?
No.
Any thoughts about it?
No.
Any thought of shooting him or leaving more quickly or being afraid of him or anything like that?
No, nothing.
Did you have any usable rounds, any usable weapons when you left? Or was everything either empty or jammed?
The handgun, I had probably 100 to 200 rounds maybe left.
In your jacket?
And that wasn't jammed, yeah, in my belt and
In your belt?
in the ballistic vest, there were also a couple.
The clip that was in the weapon, was it emptied as far as you recall?
It wasn't emptied, no.
So you could have kept shooting.
Yes.
Why do you suppose you didn't?
I wanted to fix the AR-15.
Okay. Is that why you were leaving at the time? Was to go out and fix the AR?
I don't remember if that's the reason why I left, or if I just left because I was done shooting.
And I'm interested in that. You just said you wanted to fix the AR, and I kind of interrupted you.
That's kind of why I went to the light in the aisleway.
Okay. But then at some point, fairly soon, or no, you went back down and out the back exit.
Once I couldn't fix it, I kind of left.
Okay.
And then I tossed down the AR-15 outside.
And you said it yesterday as well, that your leaving may have been just that you were done.
Yeah, I guess I shot enough rounds or whatever.
You go outside, you go through that door. Has anyone else gone through the door in front of you?
Yes, there were the 4 people carrying the one wounded guy. They carried him pretty far away from the back exit.
So what do you see, and what happens as you're going out through the very back exit?
I see a car parked along the road that looks like a police car with their headlights on. So I kind of figured the police were already there. So I went back towards my car and opened the door. And then I saw 2 more police kind of towards the left.
Okay. As you went to your car, did you see anything on the ground or anything around you? Was there anything?
There were some small blood smears.
Okay. At what point did you take off your gas mask?
The officers removed those.
So at the point we're now talking about, you're going out towards your car, you still have the gas mask on?
Correct.
So you're towards your car, there are a couple of officers, the way you indicated they were on your left?
Yeah, towards the emergency exit of Theater 8.
Okay. And what are you doing at this particular point? You open the door to your car, you said?
And then I just stand there and watch them.
Okay. When you open your car door, did the dome light come on?
The what light?
The light inside the car. When you open a car door, a light comes on usually.
Right.
Usually.
I don't remember if it did or not.
Do you remember fixing it so that it wouldn't, or not?
What do you mean fixing it?
You can usually make it so that when you open the car door, the light comes on, or make it so that when you open the car door, it doesn't come on.
I don't remember.
Oh. Okay. So you open the door and you're standing there. What happens then?
I take off my belt and put the handgun on the top of the car. And then the police officers come towards me and I put my hands up and surrender.
Did you put your hands up before they told you to or asked you to?
Before, yeah.
Okay. What were you thinking then? What was your thought? What was your feeling
They
then?
wouldn't shoot me because I was surrendering.
Why did you think they wouldn't shoot you?
Because I had made a surrendering motion.
If anyone in the theater had made a surrendering motion, would you have shot that person?
I don't know, and I don't know if any of them did or not.
Okay. And it's a hypothetical situation,
Yeah.
but you describe yourself when you're on the, let's say, victim end of expecting not to be shot.
I didn't know if I would be shot or not.
Okay, fair enough. So you put your arms up, what happens then?
Then they tell me to show the hands. So I take my gloves off and show the hands. And then get down on the ground. And then they handcuff me on the back.
Did they handle you pretty roughly or not? Or how did that go?
It didn't seem that rough. It seemed like they were just doing their job.
Okay. We've talked a little about the effect of the shooting on people in the auditorium who are hit or who have people near them who are hit. We talked a little yesterday about the effect on the families of the people who were hit. What about the effect on the community? What do you think the effect on the community has been?
I think it made the community more tightly knit.
Okay. Made the community more tightly knit. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Before the event, before you got there, was there any plan to affect the community in some way, as well as to affect the people in the theater?
No, I wasn't considering the community.
Were you considering how you might be remembered?
No, I was just occupied with getting it done.
Okay. You made a notebook that has to do with how you'd be remembered, among other reasons.
Right.
You took selfies that had to do pretty specifically with how you'd be remembered.
Right. I don't think people were going to remember me for any other reason.
Is it important to you to be remembered? Let me rephrase that. At the time, was it important to James Holmes to be remembered?
I don't know if I came up with that at the time. Or if I analyzed what all the pictures were.
And analyzing is probably not what most folks would do anyway, but the behavior, the thing that you did, what you've said to me is that your reason for doing it was so you would be remembered in a certain way. So people would see the picture, for example, with the pictures, and infer certain things about James Holmes, and that's how that would affect how he was remembered. And I guess
I think they remember me as a bad guy.
Okay. Did you anticipate that before the shooting, that they would remember you as a bad guy?
No, I don't remember bringing it up at all.
Let me come back to the kind of the point of my question earlier. Is it important to be remembered?
That depends on who you ask and what their beliefs are.
But I'm asking James
Is
Holmes.
it important to me?
Yes. And specifically, was it important for you to be remembered in the first half of 2012?
I'd say yes.
Tell me about being remembered and how you thought about or may have thought about being remembered in April, May, June, July of 2012.
I don't know how to answer that.
How'd you want to be remembered?
I don't remember that being a reason at the time.
A reason for what?
A reason for doing the shooting was to be remembered. I don't remember that. at the time of the shooting, that being a factor coming into play.
Okay. But it had to do with the selfies, or at least considering sending the selfies to the New York Times. I know you didn't do it, but the consideration of sending it.
That's kind of a reason behind why I did that what didn't surface consciously.
How, at that time, do you think you would have wanted to be remembered?
It didn't come up.
But thinking about it now, thinking about what James was like 2011, 2012, if I had asked you then, how do you want to be remembered, James? What do you suppose would have come to
As
mind?
a good person.
Okay. What else?
For my achievements,
Achievements like?
like successful graduate degree, good in high school, that kind of thing.
As you moved toward the mission, and the mission becomes a bigger and bigger part of your life over months or weeks anyway, do you see any difference in the way you might want to be remembered, or the way you're going to end up being remembered?
Yeah, I would be remembered in a poor light.
Poor light is one adjective, I guess, or adverb, whatever it is. How about some others, some other descriptors of how you end up being remembered?
As mentally ill, or different from the norm.
How else?
Being successful with the mission. I don't know.
How else?
I don't think there were any other ones.
Before the mission, I think you used the word successful, but maybe you didn't use that word, about, for example, a neuroscience profession, perhaps,
Right.
or your work in undergraduate school. Then you use the word successful with regard to the mission.
So I accomplished what I set out to do.
Okay. At the time, just after the shooting, you thought maybe you had hit 20 people and killed 3, you weren't sure.
Right.
Would that have been a success?
3 or more, in my view, would have been a success.
12?
Successful.
Where on the scale of little success to really big success?
Moderate.
Moderate. Okay. How about the 50-some-odd people who were injured?
Collateral damage.
So does that come under the success column or not?
It doesn't play a factor.
Does it detract from the success?
No.
Is there any level of collateral damage that would detract from the success of 12 kills?
Oh, no.
Okay. 1,000 wounded.
I'd only count the kills.
Okay. The collateral damage of damaged families, things that we talked about in the last couple of days.
Right.
Losing a parent, things like that.
Never came under consideration.
How about now? Does it count against the kills?
No.
A slightly different question. Does it matter?
Does what matter?
All the collateral damage.
Yes.
How does it matter?
Well, people were maimed and wounded and injured.
Yeah, we know that part. How does it matter to you? To you?
Well, it's not good.
In what way?
In that they had to be injured for me to kill the other people.
Yeah, we know that they were injured for you to kill the other people. I'm asking you how it matters to you, if it does. You said it matters. Doesn't matter in terms of detracting from the kills.
Right.
But you say it matters in some other way, or ways.
Right, because if I put my shoes into their situation, I wouldn't want to have that happen to me.
If you could have killed 12 people without the injuries and the family damage and things like that,
Then if I had that choice versus another choice with the wounded, I would choose the one with less wounded.
you would have chosen the one with less collateral damage.
Yes.
Okay. Do you suppose if you'd set your head to it, you could have killed 12 people without the collateral damage?
Not easily.
Was this mission easy?
No, it took a lot of planning.
Yes, it did. Time, planning, danger for you?
Resources, yeah.
Okay. What do you suppose the time, planning, and resources to kill 12 people without the collateral damage would have taken, more or less?
It would have taken more time, more resources.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think you could have killed 12 people in less time with fewer resources than you expended with the mission?
Then I would have needed to execute the people, go up to them and shoot them in the head or something. And I can't do that for whatever reason.
You can't do that, what?
I can't do that for whatever reason.
What are the whatever?
Because it makes it too personal.
Some of the people in the theater were pretty close.
Yeah, I didn't know them. I didn't see who I was
You wouldn't have known the people on the street if that's where you would choose to execute them.
Right, but I would be executing individuals instead of a crowd.
You weren't executing individuals in the theater?
No, I was just aiming at the crowd.
Can you think of any other plan in which you might have been able to isolate 12 people without getting personal and avoid injuring 50-some-odd people and et cetera?
I don't have a plan for that off the top.
Do you think you could create one?
Yes, it would take a long time though.
You took a long time with this plan.
Right.
Okay. The alternatives that you looked at for this plan, the ones you looked at, some of them would have involved more kills, or would likely have involved more kills.
What would have involved more kills?
The various alternatives that are written out in your notebook
Okay.
that you eliminated as you moved toward this particular mission.
They could have it involve more kills. It's possible.
And as you were anticipating the mission, it sounds like you said 3 kills would have made it worthwhile.
At least.
At least 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Were there any other intended or unintended effects of the mission, the actual shooting and event in the theater? Anything else relevant or important that was intended or unintended that you can think of?
No.
Damage to the theater?
I'd say that's minor when compared to wounding people and killing people.
How about the effect of your being arrested?
It prevents me from killing other people.
Tell me about that. Is that a good effect or a bad effect or a neutral effect or a planned effect?
It's just the result.
Intentional or unintentional?
It was not my intentions to be locked up, no.
Really? What did you think the chances were of you not being locked up?
Very slim. So I knew I was going to be locked up, but that doesn't mean I wanted to be locked up.
That kind of begs the question, so why did you do something that would make it virtually certain you'd be locked up or killed?
That's just the price you have to pay for completing the mission.
And the benefit of completing the mission is?
Increasing my self-worth.
As I think about it in my simple mind, I think sometimes missions are done to get something, such as to increase self-worth, as in your case, the way you view it. Other times, people do things defensively to prevent themselves from being killed or hurt or to stop something.
Okay. I don't think I came in with that reasoning during the time.
Okay. Let's talk a little about the arrest. You've never been arrested before. What was it like being arrested?
Pretty much what you see on TV, kind of.
But what was it personally like for you?
It was everything I expected it would be.
And what is that?
Just routine.
No. What was your personal experience with being arrested?
I had never been arrested before.
You're not answering the question.
Well, I don't understand the question.
No, it's a real simple question. What was your personal experience? How did it feel? What did you experience in the process of being arrested?
I didn't have any feelings
Really?
about it, no.
Try again.
I just kind of felt it was something that was going to be done.
You're having trouble talking about the feelings of being arrested.
I didn't have any feelings.
As if either it didn't matter, it really at that time to you didn't make any more difference than being served a cup of coffee, or the feelings are somewhere and you're not able to get to them, or the feelings are there and you're not sharing them.
It's not the last one.
Okay. Okay. Is it the first one that it had no more effect on you at the time?
It's not every day you get arrested.
Right.
Right.
That's why I'm asking you, what does it feel like to get arrested?
How long do you propose the arrested? Is it like before you get admitted to jail, or
Go ahead. You go
up
ahead.
until the patrol car?
You go ahead.
It was just expected that they handcuffed me and put me in the back of the patrol car. There were no surprises.
What did it feel like to have the handcuffs close around your wrist?
They were pretty tight, so it hurt.
There's a feeling. There's an experience. Tell me more about that experience from the time the officers put the handcuffs on.
Well, it was uncomfortable. You kind of have to submit to their authority. That's about it.
Are you accustomed to submitting to other people's authority or not?
Yeah, you work for your boss, your advisor, your professors.
These were people who weren't the usual people that you, quote, submit to.
Right, and it was physical submission instead of mental submission.
Do you remember the trip to the lockup, to the Aurora Police Department?
Yeah, they drove me over. There was only one guy in the car. There were flashing lights all around.
One guy in the car, the driver?
Yeah.
You're in the back seat.
So I guess there's two guys in the car.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to trick you there. But there wasn't a partner. There wasn't an accompanying officer.
Right, there was only the one.
You're in the back seat, handcuffed behind?
Yeah, behind the back.
Okay. How about your feet? Are they shackled?
No.
Okay. You get to the Aurora Police Department, and they do some in-processing for you. What's that like?
They take your fingerprints, they take your photo.
How did that feel to you? That's a new experience for you.
Well, before that was they take you to the interrogation room, and they left me there for hours and hours and hours.
Really? Before they even fingerprinted you and
Right.
did the photo?
Yeah.
What was it like in the interrogation room?
It's a windowless room with like a camera in the corner. There was not much to do. Nothing to do, really.
And they just left you there? Was there anybody outside the door or anybody in the room?
Yeah, they had a guard sit inside the room and at the door, too.
Okay. What'd you do while you were waiting?
I was fidgety and they put bags on my hands for GSR residue testing, I think.
Did you expect those pieces of the process of being arrested?
Yeah, just from watching CSI.
Okay. So it sounds like you knew what the bags were in general intended for.
I thought they looked like popcorn bags at the time. So, like they were going to microwave my hands or something.
What's it like to have your hands inside bags? I assume taped at the wrist or something like that.
Well, you can't scratch an itch or anything.
You mentioned that there was nothing to do, and I'm not sure you used the word boring, but you.
Yeah. Can't be. I'm gonna turn the lights on. Members of the jury, it's almost 3. Let's go ahead and take a break. I changed my mind. Let's take our afternoon break. Please keep in mind my advisements during the break. And then when you come back, we'll finish the publishing of this exhibit. I'll see you in 20 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Mr. Brockler?
Your Honor, thank you. As I'm going through this transcript, I feel like up to this point, we've been doing a great job adhering to the court's order on redactions. As I'm reading ahead, I got to a point that I had a concern about because it's possible that the court ruled that it didn't need to be redacted, but it was of such a nature, and right after the section where we stopped this, that I wanted to make sure with the court and with counsel, because I don't want anything not going to the jury, or anything going to the jury that should not. Does the court want me to specifically reference that part, or just take our time to go back through the court's order and confirm?
Why don't you two confer if you can, and then I'll take a shorter break than the jury, and I'll come back out, and then we can chat, and you can tell me if there's a problem or not.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right, the court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Brockler?
Your Honor, we've taken the time that you've given us, and thank you for that, to go back over, and I don't know if it was a spidey sense or something, but as we got to a point in the transcript that involved a series of 3 different things that we had not contested as being redacted, I just wanted to confirm that we had done that. And I know that we had listened to it and the defense had listened to it, but I wanted to go back and just make sure, because I still saw it in my transcript, and I went back, and there are 3 paragraphs in defense motion, I can't remember, but it was part of
It's motion D-264, small a, paragraphs 81, 84, and 87.
Yes, Your Honor. They are still physically in the video, and none of them have played for the jury yet. We are still about 4 questions and answers, maybe 2 or 3 questions and answers shy of that.
I think we're like 1 line shy of that, actually. We're like, we came this close to it. 1 line, from what I saw in the transcript.
And maybe I was going off of when I started to freak out and asked to approach, is when I detected we were getting within 2 or 3 lines. But we went back, we listened to it, conferred with defense, and it looks like it has not been redacted from the video. Now, I have our paralegal working to do that. She tells me she thinks she can have it done by 4 o'clock. And first, I want to apologize to the court for costing it some valuable time on this. That is a mistake that I'm glad we caught it when we did, but it's one I wish we hadn't made. But I want to make sure, too, as we move forward, that we get it done and get it done right. So even though it would take us till about 4, I want to, again, give the copy to the defense for them to just confirm that those things have been complied with, as we've already said that they had been, to make sure that we don't create any sort of unintended error in the record. And I apologize, Your Honor.
Well, you should have redacted it and they should have caught it. I think what happened, and this is just me guessing, is that whoever made the redactions did not pay attention to the part of my order that talked about the people not contesting what was in paragraphs 81, 84, and 87 of the defense motion D-264, small a. And as a result of that, those redactions did not get made, which makes sense now why earlier we saw the part of the video that doesn't show it, where you can hear the defendant urinating during one of the breaks. That was one of the things that there was no disagreement between the parties to have redacted. And I wondered at that time why that hadn't been redacted, and I thought that maybe there had been a different part where that sound made it onto the videotape and nobody caught it, but now it makes sense. I think what ended up happening is that whatever the parties agreed on didn't get redacted. Those are the only things that there was an agreement on. I'm not concerned about the sound of urination. That doesn't prejudice anyone. It did not need to be there, but the fact that that redaction was not made is not a huge deal. But the other 3 are important and need to be made. The only question I have is whether there's a way to just fast forward to the end of the area that's supposed to be redacted and just skip it and have you play the rest of it so that we avoid having a delay. And I don't know whether there's anything in those few pages that you care about or not, because the redactions are not to the entire pages. There are some redactions on 3 or 4 different pages. So is that something that you folks are willing to do, or is that something that you would rather not do?
Your Honor, thank you for that opportunity. I had spoken about that specifically with Mr. King and Ms. Nelson, and there are a couple spots that are just in between those sections that they would like to have published to the jury. I think they're entitled to have that, but we did explore that.
Okay, fair enough. If they want it, then it should stay in. So you gotta make the redactions. Can we make use of the time by having you ask some questions, or can we do something else so that we don't just sit around waiting for the redactions to be made?
Your Honor, I could ask questions about the things that we've heard up until this point, and Dr. Reed is in here to hear where we stopped off. I could certainly do that.
All right. Mr. King, do you have a position on that?
Judge, I don't have a specific objection to that. My suggestion was going to be that that if it's going to take 35 minutes to make the redactions, and then we're going to check them, that perhaps we should just break for the day. But if the court wants to proceed in that fashion, I don't have a specific objection to that. I am baffled by how this happened as well. I don't disagree with the court's assessment of why it happened, but I have a transcript before me with redacted sections on it, and these are redacted out of it. And we checked our transcript against the discs we were given, and I thought, confirmed that everything had been redacted. So obviously there's an error on our part as well. So I apologize for that. But if the court really wants to go ahead in that manner, I don't have an objection to that. I think it would make more sense to just break at this point and proceed in the orderly fashion that we're doing it. But
Well, first of all, let me tell you that I appreciate counsel's candor. That goes for both sides. Both sides are saying, hey, mea culpa, and I appreciate that. I think there is blame for both sides, but these things happen. Fortunately, Mr. Brockler caught it in the nick of time, or it could have created problems. Again, as I read the transcript, we were, I think, one line away from the area that was supposed to be redacted. So we stopped the video immediately before the redacted part, or the part that was supposed to be redacted and was not. So it's as close as it gets, and so I'm glad that we avoided that problem. In terms of how we proceed, Mr. Brockler, let me ask you, if we proceed with having you ask questions, I don't want you to take an hour and a half just because it's 3:35 and you want to take time up until 5. And if you think that all you can ask Dr. Reed right now would take 10 minutes or so, it might make sense to just break and have you finish the redactions and then give them to the defense so that they can check them.
I think my questioning would be consistent with what I had done with other sections, maybe a little bit shorter because we're not quite to the end of this particular portion, and I think there was, with the redactions, less than 30 minutes left. So maybe 15 minutes or so, but it might make sense, and I hate to say this since I know I'm eating into my precious time that the court has given, but it might make sense to just make sure we've dotted our I's again, crossed our T's again, and give the defense a chance to again go through this newly redacted disc so that when we start up again tomorrow, we do so feeling comfortable with what we've done.
All right, maybe what we'll do is, to make up for the lost time, take a shorter break for lunch tomorrow, if the jury's okay with it, and then on Thursday again. Is that okay with both sides? I will ask the jury if that's okay with them.
Absolutely.
Is that okay with you, Mr. King?
if we have an hour for lunch, that would be fine for everyone.
An hour, yes. Instead of an hour and a half, it would be an hour. Remember that we're taking 2 hours on Friday to accommodate one of the jurors' medical appointment. And then we're staying, I think we're staying until 5:30 on Friday. I'm not gonna ask him to stay until 5:30 tomorrow and Thursday because we're, at this time, I don't think there's a need for it. But why don't we proceed in that fashion? I don't think it makes sense to use 10 minutes for questions with Dr. Reed and then have the jury leave at that point and then have us come back tomorrow for 30 more minutes of the tape and then additional questions of Dr. Reed. So, all right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We're going to go ahead and stop now at this time, and I'll let you go home a little bit earlier than usual. I'm sure you don't mind. And then what I'm hoping we do is that we make up for the lost time tomorrow and Thursday by taking an hour instead of an hour and a half for lunch. Is that okay with everyone? I'm not asking you to stay late. Remember that Friday, we're planning on starting or taking lunch at 1:15, between 1:15 and 3:15, so that we can accommodate a juror's medical appointment. That's Friday. So we're taking a 2-hour lunch on Friday between 1:15 and 3:15, so it will be a late lunch. And then Friday is the day that I think I had asked if you could stay till 5:30. And I think a couple of you said you needed to check. So if anyone has an issue staying late on Friday until 5:30, let my staff know and they will let me know. All right? Please don't read anything into why we're stopping early today. As you know, from time to time, there are things that I need to talk to the lawyers outside your presence. They may be administrative things. They may be legal things. So don't hold it against either side. Don't infer anything from it. These are things that happen in every trial, and that the judge has to do outside the presence of the jury. That's by law, all right? And it'll give you a little chance to catch up on things that you're neglecting as a result of being here as much as you're here. Please keep in mind my advisements. Of course, you knew that this was coming. Since I have a little time, I'm going to give you the advisements in full. You should have predicted that. Number one, please do not discuss the case with each other through any means. You can talk about anything you want, and I encourage you to be friendly with one another and to do your best to get along, but do not discuss anything about the case or the proceedings in the trial or anything related to your juror service in this case. Please do not talk to anyone else about the case through any means. That includes your spouse or significant other. That includes other family members, friends, co-workers, acquaintances. All you can tell people is that you're a juror in a trial in Arapahoe County, and that we expect that the trial will last until sometime in August or September. Please do not talk with any witnesses, parties, or attorneys about anything, whether related to the case or not. Please wear your juror badge at all times whenever you're on the courthouse grounds, and make sure that it's visible to all those around you at all times. Please avoid people talking about the case in your presence. If people are talking about the case around you, remove yourself from that location immediately. If despite your best efforts, you nevertheless hear something about the case or overhear something about the case, please let my staff know that you need to talk to me. Don't say what it is you need to talk about. Just say, I need to see the judge, and then I will speak with you. And I've done that already with some of you, as you know. Please do not talk to any members of the media about anything, not just about the case. You cannot talk about it, about anything to any members of the media. You must not read, view, or listen to any news or media reports that may refer to the case. Because there is media coverage of the trial, it is particularly important that you are vigilant when listening to the radio, watching TV, reading the newspaper, or using the internet. The best thing is to avoid news channels or news reports if at all possible. But if you happen to be reading the paper or watching TV or listening to the radio or on the internet and a news story comes on, please change the channel, change the station, turn the page, exit the screen, do whatever you have to do to avoid that information. Remember that there are times when I talk to the lawyers about things outside your presence. The purpose of that is that you're not supposed to hear those things. The law requires me to have those conversations outside your presence. And so if there's a media report about it, we cannot have you obtain that information from media reports. Otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of having these discussions outside your presence. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah, and everyone is saying yes. So please avoid all news reports. Even if there's a news report that comes on about something, a part of the trial proceedings that you were present for, you're still supposed to avoid it. You must avoid it. And I know how difficult that is because I know that there is media coverage of the trial. But I am asking you to please give me your effort in that regard and to make sure you avoid any information from any media or news reports. Please remember that you cannot visit any locations that may be mentioned in the trial, and you cannot conduct your own investigation outside the courtroom. That means that you cannot consult the dictionary, any treatises, including legal books, scientific books, religious books, any books or any sources outside the courtroom in relation to your jury service in this case. The law requires that you make all decisions in this case based solely on the evidence and information presented in the courtroom and the instructions of law that I provide. And so that means that you cannot acquire information about the case from outside sources. Please remember that you cannot start forming opinions about the case until I tell you that you can start deliberating. So not only is it, are you prohibited from talking to each other about the case, you're prohibited from starting to deliberate privately in your own mind about the case. You cannot start forming opinions yet. You have to keep an open mind throughout the trial. Please remember that neither sympathy nor prejudice for the prosecution or the defendant may affect any of your decisions in this case. And finally, remember that the attorneys have a job to do, and sometimes that job requires them to make objections. Please don't hold it against them when they make objections or when they ask to approach the bench for a bench conference. They're doing their job. They're doing what they're supposed to do. So please don't hold it against them when they do that. Similarly, don't read anything into my rulings on any requests or on any objections. I'm simply doing my best to apply the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. Do not infer from my rulings that I am for one side or the other. I'm neutral in these proceedings, and I am just trying to do the best job I can in applying the law. All right, does everybody understand those advisements? Great. All right. Please make sure you follow each and every one of them. They're all important. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:15. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Is this a good time to talk about tendered instruction number 1, the people's request to move the admission of the theater model? Ms. Spengler? Okay, I'm just trying to make use of the time.
Before we get off the topic, I just wanted to make a record that according to our computer, we stopped playing at 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 18 seconds.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Spengler, I think you wanted some time yesterday to think about and perhaps research the people's request to move the admission of the theater model. And can someone remind me what exhibit number that is again, please?
It's 1087, Your Honor.
1087, thank you. That's P-TR-1087. Ms. Spengler.
I don't have much to add. I would object to that model becoming an exhibit. I would object to it being anything other than the demonstrative exhibit, and we've also made our objection to the model as a demonstrative exhibit. I would rely on the arguments that we have made in defense motion 216, as well as the assertions and the court's order in response to D216.
All right, thank you. I'll take a look at Order D-216 again, so I'll take it under advisement. But one thing that I noticed in the first paragraph of the tendered instruction, the defense refers to the physical model of Theater 9, and I know that there's no objection to that first paragraph of the tendered instruction being given, but I don't know that that's completely accurate since the theater includes part of, or since the model includes part of auditorium number 8 as well. So that may be something that we need to redact to make it completely accurate. All right, is there anything else we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people? You're making those redactions right now, and then you're gonna provide them to the defense so that they can confirm that they have been properly made.
My understanding is the redactions will be done here and confirmed by the top of the hour, and then we'll provide them to Mr. King and his team, and by the time we roll in tomorrow, we should know.
All right, Mr. King, anything else? No, sir. All right, enjoy your evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning. The court will be in recess. Thank you.